I welcome to the opening ceremony of the 8th Central European Conference in Regional Science, Resilience of Cities and Regions in an Uncertain Time. I especially greet our distinguished guests, Eduardo Haddad, President of RSAI, Andre Torre, President of ERSA, Artur Ochojski, President of ERSA Polish Section, Professor Zbyszko Melosik, Vice Rector of Adam Mickiewicz University, and Professor Paweł Chórski, Dean of the Faculty of Human Geography and Planning at our university. We are together with Emilia Bogacka. She is a secretary of our local organizing committee, and Adam Radzimski, Vice Dean of our faculty. I also greet the keynote speakers, Professor Scott Thiel and Konstantin Mezencev, and the members of the scientific committee of the conference, and thank them for accepting our invitation. The CERS conference has been organized every 2-3 years since 2005 and aims to support research in regional science in Central Europe. CERS is also a platform for exchanging ideas and views of a group of scientists dealing with human geography, economics, spatial management, regional and urban economics, demography, spatial planning, architecture, and ecology. The 8th CERS conference hosts 2 great keynote speakers and over 120 presentations in 12 general sessions, 6 special sessions, and 5 sessions of young scientists. This year, the conference is held in Poland for the first time. It's a great honor for the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań and for ERSA Polish section to host this event virtually. The co-organizers of the conference are also Slovak and Hungarian sections of ERSA. Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska, rector of the Adam Mickiewicz University, took the patronage over our conference. The conference is also supported by RSAI, ERSA, Union of the Provinces of the Republic of Poland, Marek Woźniak, Marshal of the Wielkopolska region, Jacek Jaśkowiak, Mayor of the City of Poznań, Committee for Spatial Economy and Regional Planning, Polish Academy of Sciences, Polish Economic Society, and Polish Geographical Society. Now, I would like to ask Eduardo Haddad to say a few words to the conference participants.
Thank you. So, dear members of the regional science community, dear friends and colleagues from the Polish, Slovak, and Hungarian sections, greetings from Brazil. On behalf of the Regional Science Association International, I would like to congratulate Professor Artur Ochojski, Professor Tomasz Kozłowski, the local organizing committee, and the scientific committee for organizing the 8th Central European Conference in Regional Science, CERS. I want to welcome and thank you all for joining us at this event and for sharing our experience, research, and views with all participants. I have recently returned from Canada, where I attended the NARS annual conference. As the pandemic loses its strength, face-to-face meetings are resuming in different parts of the globe. Having witnessed the resilience of our community in the last 3 years, I'm very confident about the future of our organization. We have testified how adaptable we are to new circumstances. In my view, the regional science community has engaged positively in various activities during these times of stress, and ERSA has played an outstanding role in the whole process, as can be testified by the different workshops, conferences, and meetings, online and in presence, that took place in the continent since the pandemic started. We constantly learn from previous experiences, and what we experienced this week during the forthcoming sections at CERS 2022 reinforces my admiration for the Regional Science Network. I want to close this brief welcoming words by sharing my most profound gratitude to all of you for working together in the last 2 years under my presidency of the Regional Science Association International. Please receive my very best wishes and I look forward to seeing you all at the different regional science events already scheduled for 2023, including the annual meetings promoted by our supranational associations. The ERSAN Congress in Alicante and the last meetings in San Diego are already confirmed. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eduardo Haddad, for your warm words. Now I want to ask Andre Torre, who is the president of our supranational organization, ERSA, to say a few words to our participants.
So thank you very much. I want to say that on behalf of ERSA, I'm very, very happy to see the resilience and the dynamics of the Slovakian, Hungarian and Polish sections, and especially in this CERS conference. I had the chance a few years ago to attend and to deliver a keynote or a speech during this conference. This time it's still online, and I see that the strength is there. So I'm very, 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 very happy to see that. And I want also to thank you. I want also to encourage you to continue. I had a look at the program and I find it very, very exciting, with a lot of very interesting contributions and papers and well-known people and keynotes. So this is a great job. And I just want to put the stress on your fantastic resilience in these difficult times in Europe, and especially in Poland, as we all know. Thank you very much to be there, to be very efficient, to be very productive. You know that as at ERSA, we support you. We are very, very in favor of all your initiative. So that's a great pleasure for me to be there at the opening and to tell you, that have a good work for this day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre, for your words to our community, to our Central European sections, to our participants. Yes, that's true. We are in a very specific situation in Poland because war is really close to us. And we have a kind of migration crisis. So it is important for us to feel your support. Now I would like to ask Artur Ochojski, who is the president of Polish ERSA section, to say some words to our participants.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really pleased and honored to have the possibility to meet you at least online, even though we really wanted to go on site. As you know, we've planned this event 2 years ago with a lot of question marks. So before we start with this conference, I really want to say that it's a great privilege for us to join this Central Europe family, because it is the conference has already been founded by the Slovak and the Hungarian sections, and now we are in this network. So this is great for us, and I'm sure that this is going to be a very, very successful and fruitful, scientifically fruitful event. Secondly, I want to thank Paweł Hurski, the head of Human Geography and Planning faculty, for allowing this event to be really going on with the team of not only Thomas, but there is a whole group of people behind. So I'm really grateful to all of you. I do remember I think 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, when I had this opportunity to announce to the section people this brilliant news that yes, we can go Poland now. And I think it was immediately when we started to talk about the location that Poznań is going to be really this heart of regional scientific activity for this event. So I'm really glad, I'm really happy. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Andre, for being with us. This is really supportive, and I do share what you've said, that we really must try to become as resilient as possible in that times and not to forget about where we come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur, for your words, for your support also as a president of ERSA Polish section. Now we are going to Poznań. Poznań is cold and snowy today, and we are going to Professor Zbyszko Melosik, who is vice rector of our university, Adam Mickiewicz University, and I would like to ask him to say a few words from the rector's authorities of the host university.
Thank you very much. Am I heard? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you. On behalf of the rector of Adam Mickiewicz University, Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska, I would like to welcome you at today's International 8th Central European Conference in Regional Science, which is organized by the Faculty of Human Geography and Planning of our university and co-organized with sections of Regional Science Association. I'm very impressed by the main idea of the conference, aimed at the promoting research in the field of regional science and at the consolidating scientists from the human and economic geography, spatial management, spatial economy and planning, as well as regional and urban economics, architecture, and ecology. It is a great pleasure and privilege to see all the distinguished guests. Thank you very much for your participation. And I want to stress the importance of regional science and regional research in contemporary reality with their interdisciplinary and multidimensional approach, and with emphasizing the necessity of cultivating of social, culture, and community capital of regions, as well as appreciation of their space, including nature. Such a research and scientific cooperation is especially important in the time of uncertain reality. In this context, I find today's conference as an optimistic event which can contribute to understanding various problems and issues related to regionality. And we are virtually, but we are at Adam Mickiewicz University. Let me say that it is one of the best universities in Poland, both in the context of research and teaching. This is the third largest one. It's more than 100-year-old reputation. It's founded on the long tradition of higher education in Poznań and the outstanding current achievements in the field of research and teaching, with 20 faculties and more than 30,000 students. Faculty of Human Geography and Planning is an excellent and prestigious academic community with patient, great reputation and deep engagement under Dean Professor Paweł Chórski's leadership. The faculty is one of the largest urban and regional research centers in Central and Europe and Eastern Europe, with many outstanding researchers, important publications, and valuable projects. And today's conference is one of the most important in this year at our university. I wish you the fruitful papers and discussion. Have a good conference. Thank you very much.
Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. Drawing on a 400-year-old academic tradition, we are one of the best universities in Poland. Poznań is the center of our academic activity. Here, in the heart of Wielkopolska, every fourth inhabitant is a student. We carry out our teaching program and conduct academic research at 15 faculties, as well as facilities in Gniezno, Kalisz, Piła and Słubice. AMU is primarily made up of its 3 academic campuses, Śródmiejski, Ogrody and Morasko. Over 40,000 students study at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan. Our program focuses on the fields of the humanities and the social, exact and natural sciences. Our educational offer encompasses several hundred fields of study and majors. The supreme quality of our teaching is confirmed by our top classification by the Polish Accreditation Committee. Our modern didactic infrastructure and sports facilities create comfortable conditions for studying and recreation. The academic potential of the university stems from nearly 3,000 academics pursuing national and international research projects in modern laboratories. What sets us apart is our high rate of acceptance for research project funding. We cooperate with external organizations and respond to the needs of the local community by combining academic initiatives with activities in the regional, socio-cultural and economic spheres. Our biologists are the co-founders of the Poznan RNA Research Center, awarded KNOW status. Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan is the organizer and co-organizer of numerous cultural events. Together with the city of Poznan, we are the founders of the Poznan Literary Award and the Stanisław Baranczak Scholarship. We pride ourselves on our excellent academic choirs, the Akademicki and the Kameralny, which have performed in many countries, as well as the Orkiestra Kameralna, which has long won the appreciation of the local community. Student cultural life, revolving around theatre groups, student festivals and concerts, is also vibrant. Our university is one of the most sports-oriented higher education centres in Poland. For almost 100 years, generations of students have been educated in the spirit of the academic traditions established by Heliodor Święcicki, Michał Sobieski, Józef Kościewski and Stanisław Kozierowski. They founded our Alma Mater Poznaniensis, which nowadays is a source of pride for Poznan and Wielkopolska. AMU, we look to the future and cherish our tradition.
Thank you very much, Professor Melosik, for your words addressed to us. We are also very optimistic, and we hope that this conference will contribute in regional science, especially in Central European regional science. Now I would like to ask Professor Paweł Huski for a few words with the participants. Professor Huski is a Dean of our Faculty of Human Geography and Planning at Adam Mickiewicz University. So Paweł, please say some words.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dear Mr. President, dear Rector, ladies and gentlemen, as the last speaker of this greeting session, let me take opportunity to speak very briefly. I would like to point out 3 issues. First of all, on behalf of a member of Faculty of Human Geography and Planning of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, I warmly welcome all guests, keynote speakers and participants of 8th Central European Conference in Regional Science. It's a great honor and pleasure for my faculty to organize this important scientific event devoted, no without reason, to the resilience of cities and regions in an uncertain time. the choice of the main topic of our conference was already justified by my previous speakers with arguments with I fully agree. Secondly, let me not present in detail the history of our department and the huge scope of current activity. I wrote about it in the conference materials. I will limit myself to emphasizing that Faculty of Human Geography and Planning, together with the Faculty of Geographical and Geological Science, are the most large-scale geographical center in Poland, and I suppose one of the biggest in the Central and Eastern Europe. Thirdly, I would like to thank Tomasz Kosowski, President of the Local Organizing Committee, and entire team for the efforts that allowed us to meet for today's conference. I'm very glad that our faculty is the host of this meeting. Once again, I am pleased to welcome all participants to Poznań, and I wish many inspiring presentations and fruitful debates. I hope that your virtual experience of Poznań will be followed by a real visit to the city and our faculty, which I strongly encourage you to do. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Paweł. I want to thank all guests that they joined to our opening session. And I would like to ask Eduardo Haddad to open the conference.
So just to announce the official opening of the CERS 2022 conference, I think let the work begin, and congratulate to all of you. And I look forward to very productive days and insightful presentations. Thank you all for organizing this fantastic event.
Thank you, Eduardo, for opening the conference. Now, I would like to invite you to a keynote speech by Jean-Claude Thiel. This session will be moderated by Daniela Constantin from Romanian section of ERSA. This keynote speech will start in a few minutes. So thank you for participating in opening ceremony. See you in a few minutes in room 1, and we will listen to lecture by Jean-Claude Thiel.
Good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from Romania. I am Daniela Constantin, professor of regional and urban economics and policy at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies, president of the Romanian Regional Science Association, and I am very honored to chair this plenary session. First of all, congratulations and many thanks to our colleagues, organizers, coordinated by Professor Tomasz Kosowski for their efforts to offer us a high-level conference. And the keynote speaker of this plenary session is a perfect proof in this respect. We all could read about Professor Jean-Claude Thiel's achievements in the biographical note included in the book of abstracts. So I would just mention that Jean-Claude Thiel, Knight Distinguished Professor of Public Policy at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, and the past president of the Regional Science Association International, has been recently recognized among the top 2% of the most cited scholars in a study of Stanford University. So sincere congratulations, Jean-Claude. Now, before inviting our speaker to deliver his presentation, I just announce that the speaker has been allocated 45 minutes, and then we will have 15 minutes for questions and answers. And for the sake of saving time, I propose you to address your questions from the audience using the chat box. All this having been said, Professor Thiel, the virtual floor is yours, please.
All right, thank you very much, Daniela. It's a pleasure to see you again. Like you indicated, it's been 10 years since we were face-to-face at a conference, the Congress in Romania, and I think that this was really a treat. And I was really very glad to be able to accept the invitation that Dr. Kosowski sent me a while back to be a keynote speaker at this conference. And certainly, given the size of the program and given the difficulty as well sometimes to organize virtual conferences, I definitely congratulate the organizers for putting it off and getting people engaged and people really to present their best work to this event. I think that's definitely something we need to keep going for the greater good of our regional science and our research. And I think that all of this is all wonderful. As a matter of fact, last week I was about a week ago, 10 days ago, I was at the North American Regional Science Conference. This was my first conference back since the pandemic, so in 3 years' time. So I think that this was in person. So certainly this was really a treat to be back with colleagues and to be able to listen to speakers. So I do understand that really we're not face-to-face, but hopefully I will be able to stimulate your interest in the topic. As Danielle indicated, I will be available to answer questions at the end of this presentation. So hopefully, in the not too distant future, we'll have a chance really to visit Poland and to visit Poznan to interact more directly with the faculty at the university and really to make things happen in a different level. Certainly this, let me jump into the, oh, it did work. No, it didn't, it does not. Here we go. All right, so let me get started with my presentation. So the theme of vulnerability and or resilience, which is the theme of the conference, is really dear to me and to many of us, particularly over the past few years with COVID, the COVID pandemic. And this is really an area on which I spend a significant amount of my time working at home. And certainly has made me pause and made me think considerably about the research that we do in regional science and in geography and in public policy, and really that notion of vulnerability of human societies to events that are either human-made or of natural origin. So my presentation today will be organized around 3 parts. And I want to start really with providing you some context and really defining some of the themes and maybe giving you some of my perspective really on this theme of research. While I've been a researcher for a number of years, really the theme of resilience and vulnerability has sort of always been a little bit peripheral with respect to what I have done. And one of the reasons really is that I think that many social scientists who tend to focus on sort of what's going on around the average, the standard processes. Vulnerability is really dealing with things that are going on at the edge. When you push the system really at the edge and when you deal with the unexpected. And that's really the kind of thing that I want to deal with in that introduction and that discussion of some of the context. Then I will move on to discussing some of the work that I've done over the past few years, dealing specifically with the COVID-19 pandemic. And certainly, given the uncertainty in today's world, that's a choice that I've made, which is really very important because I've done a good bit of research over the past few years, as indicated, but certainly given where Central Europe is located not now, it's an area of great political instability and really in a context as well of the tremendous amount of instability or uncertainty related to the climate change, for instance. Many themes really would fit under the theme of vulnerability and resilience. So this is a choice that I've made based on my own research and my understanding of some of those issues. So the theme of resilience of cities is really very important. Like I said on my slide, this is quite a program. And this is very much to the credit really of the organizers that are focusing really on one of the key themes of research that really regional scientists and spatial researchers really should focus on today. Uncertainty is part of our world, and whether the business community, whether we're talking about the business community or public officials or even researchers, we like to deal with certainty, right? Certainty is really something on which there is data. Something that is uncertain times is really something that is very difficult to pin down, very difficult to structure, and it's really very difficult to quantify, very difficult to rationalize, very difficult to anticipate in terms of what the consequences may be in the future. Often they're referred to collectively as unexpected events, which means events that are unforeseen, improbable, unusual, unpredicted, hazardous, you name it. And there's some differences really between these different terms. Essentially, the idea is really to convey that notion that this is not something that is fully understandable, fully predictable, and therefore that we may need to look at these events and the consequences and the context that surround them with a great deal of deeper pause and deeper understanding really of that context. Now, there's an American idiom that is used a lot on this side of the Atlantic, which talks about life throwing you a curveball. And this is really because in the US, really quite often the idioms that are used, they refer to sports. So this is baseball in particular. You see the picture here on the right. And a curveball is really something that's unexpected. So when the pitcher throws the ball, you can throw it very straightforwardly and you can sort of predict the path of it. But expert pitchers really can throw a curveball. You need to put your fingers around the ball in a particular way to give it a spin that is going to be much harder to predict. So that's really the notion of uncertainty that I wanted to talk about here. So events are unpredictable to a large extent. And in a way, we do need to, as regional scientists, as geographers, as policy analysts, we need to expect the unexpected. And I think that that's a phrase that may sound a little bit strange, but we need to have tools really to deal with what the world and what society, what the events, what life is going to throw at us. And that's really what I'm talking about. Unexpected events can be natural or can be human-made. And certainly in Eastern Europe, you're right at the doorsteps of very significant uncertainty. Well, it used to be uncertainty, it's still largely uncertain in terms of really how the occupation of Ukraine is going to shape up given the situation, given the weather conditions right now, given the climatic conditions, but also given the response of the international community. On the right, you see a second picture that I've posted there, which I referred to in my introduction there with my conversation with Daniela. Natural events. This is a picture of a snow removal truck in Buffalo. So Buffalo is not in the region where I live. I used to live in Buffalo 15 plus years ago. And really Buffalo was just hit by a major snowstorm. And in a matter of over 2 days or 3 days over the weekend, in some places in Buffalo, up to 6 feet of snow fell on the ground. 6 feet, just to give you a sense of that, that's roughly 2 meters. That's the average height of a human being. That's the amount of snow that fell on the ground in 2 days, 2.5 days. So this is a major natural event, which is really very difficult to deal with and very difficult to cope with. Now, we know really that those events can be predicted to some extent statistically, but when, where, and particularly what the magnitude of those events is going to be is really very difficult to cope with. And certainly, this is a community where I used to live that has developed a great deal of resilience and coping with the situation. This is an area where over the past few decades, there's been a lot of out-migration, not particularly tied to weather, but certainly a huge amount of snow and gray sky for many months of the year certainly does not help at all. Though interestingly, Buffalo is an interesting community for many, should be an interesting community for many of you. There's a very large presence of Central European migrants in Buffalo. So very rich history, very richly rooted in the culture of Central Europe. So the past few years, certainly in our lifetime, the majority of the past few years have really been very rich in those curveballs I was talking about. And really, like I indicated, we can really name it. We can talk about public health with the COVID pandemic. We can talk about politics, the threat to democracy, and certainly having lived in the US for a number of decades, I can speak firsthand about this since we just had the elections a few weeks back, and really the theme of threat to democracy in a country that is often regarded internationally as the bastion of democracy is very important to me, but also very important to the world. And I think that really there's a lot of threat and uncertainty in terms of what the future holds here. Certainly today we talk a lot about recession, whether we are in a recession, and I think that many European countries really are in a recession at this point, if I understand correctly. You know, on this side of the Atlantic, we still talk about, well, maybe we are in a recession, but maybe not, maybe we will manage to avoid it. We'll see, but all of this really creates a great deal of uncertainty and really having to cope with these matters as we move forward. And then we have, of course, climate change and the deniers of climate change really, and all of the events that surround this. So the unexpected is definitely place-based. And that's really a very important theme. So we should feel, we the attendees of this conference, really should feel very good about really attending this conference around this theme of resilience, because indeed we do research that is place-based, and we do focus on the emphasis that those unexpected events may have, the differential impact that they may have on locations. So the geographic context is very important, and spatial disparities in terms of the causes of those events, but also the consequences of those events is very central to what we do and what we should think about. So the causes and the effects are definitely multiscalar, and they definitely have as well some ripple effects that reverberates from one location to other location in space, based on proximity, based on adjacency, based on all kinds of interesting spatial context that we are very steeply engaged in our work. So uncertainty is very disruptive, and that disruption is something that human nature has sometimes a great degree of difficulty dealing with. So it is a departure from the trend, and a lot of science, a lot of social science has been very good at really developing tools that allow us to deal with the trend, not necessarily with departure from the trend. And that's really one of the messages, one of the things that I try to reinforce, and the reason why I feel that this conference, the theme of this conference, is particularly important. So in regional analysis or regional system analysis, we have largely espoused the idea of using linear models. Regression type models, whether they're spatial or not, tend to be linear. They have a great deal of difficulty with dealing with nonlinearities. So we've shied away from discontinuities. But the fact of the matter is that unexpected events are by definition kinds of context, kinds of situations that are highly nonlinear and where discontinuities are very significant, where bifurcations are very significant and very important. So many of our analytical approaches, our analytical tools, are actually not very well suited to this kind of very uncertain environment and dealing with how we cope with it. So fundamentally, we have an evolution that can deal with, that can demonstrate and can exhibit a great deal of bifurcations. So it is really very difficult to monitor, to model, but also difficult to predict really the outcome of those pathways that may affect regions or sets of regions over time and over space. So many of these would fit well in a category of what sometimes I refer to as wicked problems. Wicked problems, okay, if you look at the word cloud at the bottom left side of my slide, you see a number of words that are often associated with the concept of wicked problems. Very complex, very unpredictable, non-linear. This is issue of habit of belief and so on. So these keywords and those concepts are, as a matter of fact, very difficult to deal with and often defies human understanding and the ability of human beings and scientists in particular to cope with. Traditional problems, which are the ones that we learn to deal with when we are students and when we are researchers, are the ones that are depicted using fairly straightforward pathways, sometimes linear, sometimes non-linear, but still simple pathways, the traditional problems that you see demonstrated on the bottom right side of my slide. The fact of the matter is that wicked problems are much more complex really because they deal with multiple agents, they're multi-scalar, they're temporal, they're spatial, very difficult to deal with. They define the understanding and defies the ability that we have to comprehend and to act on many of these problems. So that's the context that I'm trying to deal with in this presentation. So interestingly, linking back really to the roots of regional science, when we think of the father of regional science, so Walter Isert, as an economist in the 1950s, so his own journey in regional analysis, which was going to become regional science, was fundamentally motivated by his dissatisfaction with traditional methods of economic analysis, which was largely linear, overlooking spatial relationships, overlooking time, and so on. And his earlier work, or the area where he demonstrated and he grew and he developed that level of dissatisfaction, was related to industrial restructuring in the US in the post-war World War II era. And that's really the time when he basically turned away from standard analysis, but turns towards alternative forms of analysis, particularly regional input-output analysis, and subsequently as well spatial interaction modeling and other techniques really that deal with greater degrees of complexity, greater uncertainties, a little bit like what we would call today wicked problems. So methodologically, and this is the only place where we're going to talk in a meaningful way about methodology. But one of the interesting things is that given the huge and very steep level of uncertainty that we deal with, where a notion of resilience and vulnerability and sustainability are really so important, we as regional scientists really play a very important role in being in the forefront of the agenda that we would need to adopt and develop really the right analytical tools to deal with a problem, as opposed to using traditional tools to problems that are unconventional. So it is really very important really to deal with this in a meaningful way. The other day I came across this paper that appeared in the Harvard Business Review. It was just published earlier online in January 2022, that is titled, "We Need to Let Go of the Bell Curve." Yes, the bell curve refers to the Gaussian distribution, the normal distribution. Lots of the statistical analysis that we use is based on that assumption. While in reality, a lot of the unexpected events that we deal with in the context of resilience, of vulnerability analysis, really deal not with normal distribution, because this is outside of the realm of what is normal, that is really nicely, tightly clustered around the mean. But we have much more like a power law, or we have much more like a Pareto distribution in the world. Interestingly, this is also something that we find in big data or large data analysis, that really those data sets really don't conform to normal distributions. And we really need to look at rethinking our tool set for analysis moving forward. This is definitely in line with what is something that is not particularly new, as a matter of fact, in our field. And really here have a description really of the title and the abstract of a couple of different papers, not because these are important papers, one of them being my paper that I co-authored, dealing with machine learning on spatial data. But the point is that machine learning is a set of tools that is largely free of many of the assumptions that regular statistics has. And that's really the reason why I really wanted to have this on my slide. On the left side here, you see an article that was published about 20 years ago in 2002 by Alan Wilson, a famous geographer from the UK and regional scientist, who wrote this paper on complex spatial systems and talked about challenges for the modelers. So obviously, Alan Wilson was a strong contributor, a strong advocate of the adoption of complex systems in our analysis. And this is very much the kind of thing that I'm advocating here as we move forward at understanding a little bit better uncertainty and resilience and vulnerability issues in spatial context. Moving forward, so what is resiliency? What is vulnerability? Fundamentally, there are the variety of different definitions out there, but they largely point to the same direction. Vulnerability, since this is a term that I added to the title of my presentation, to the theme of resilience, which is the main theme of the conference. Vulnerability really has been defined as the degree to which a system or part of a system may react adversely during the occurrence of a hazardous event. So we definitely deal with uncertainty. This is really the response or the reaction of the system to it. This is also defined as the tendency of an entire, for an entity, whether it is the entity is a region, it is a city, or a person, or a community, to be damaged or hurt, or the ability to withstand a shock. Resilience is very similar to it, and resilience deals with the ability of that entity, however we define it, to resist, to recover from the damage, to bounce back. And this is really something that is visually depicted in the bottom of my slide, that is really showing as a function of the timeline, the state of the system. So we can have a quick recovery as demonstrated by that the defined dashed line, or we can have a very slow recovery demonstrated by the thicker dashed lines that is really on the very top. Or we can have a very irregular, very erratic, seemingly erratic, with ups and downs, adjustments towards a new equilibrium as we move forward in time. Fundamentally, vulnerability and resilience are two sides of the same coin. So they complement each other and they talk about the same story in terms of how our systems and the agents that we are talking about, human agents, social agents, economic agents, really deal with that notion of uncertainty and cope with it moving forward. So as indicated, vulnerability and resilience are definitely place-based, and they depend on place-based assets, the resources, physical resources, natural resources, infrastructure, human capital, social capital, the institutions, and the ability of the institutions to leverage whatever is available locally in order to withstand really the uncertainty associated with the events that are thrown at us. Urban regions may stand out in many ways in this respect. So they may be seen sometimes as being more vulnerable, particularly owing to the aggregation, the agglomeration of population in a short amount of space. And sometimes they can be seen as well as being more resilient, owing particularly to the resource and the know-how, agglomeration and concentration. The ability really to dig deep into history, but also the technical skills and the talent of the population living in that place to withstand the uncertainty and the difficulties that the events present to us. So this gets us to, gets me to the main theme and the main contribution of my work today. And I want to really talk about two main questions in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Does the size of human settlements matter? Indeed, this is really something that is really very important in the context of COVID. Has often been mentioned that really large cities tend to be more vulnerable, tend to be less resilient. And this is really something that really permeated a lot of my thinking over the past few months and past few years. The second question, what are the contextual and mediating factors, or whether they're mitigating or aggravating factors that are present in urban areas that may help understand really how communities, urban communities particularly, withstood the attacks of the pandemic. Of course, I'm not going to, I have just one slide on the context of the pandemic. So it has been seen by many researchers as a natural experiment. And in a way, some individuals may see that as maybe a twisted mind or sick realization that we as scientists have, but ultimately as social scientists, we cannot do experiments. We just can't. So the best that we can do is observe the reality and try to make sense of that reality. So when really there's no controlled experimentation possible, exposure to experimental and controlled conditions determined by nature, in this case, the nature being the occurrence of that pandemic, which is outside of human control and control of the investigators, is really what we refer to here as a natural experiment. So during the past 3 years of the pandemic, I was shocked to read the other day as I was preparing for my presentation that it is estimated over 500,000 papers, including published papers, but also working papers, and you name it, 500,000 papers, 500,000 papers, and you repeat the number, have been written by the scientific community. Now, of course, a lot of it has been written by the health scientists, but a lot of it has been written as well and contributed to by social scientists. So we have been a very active bunch. We didn't sit back and wait basically for the pandemic to be over, and we embraced really the understanding of really the situations that we faced. Now we know that really the pandemic started in Wuhan, was first reported in Wuhan, China, in December 2019, was declared a pandemic March 11, 2020 by the World Health Organization, and a staggering number as of November 20, 2020. I believe this is 2022, not 2020. So at least 630 million cases of COVID infection have been detected, and over 6 million confirmed deaths have been 6 million deaths have been confirmed. So it is really a very significant event in human life, in the scale of all of the events that have affected humanity, as a matter of fact. Now, an interesting thing, if you look at it spatially, there's a map of the infection rates that are reported in the bottom. The darker the color, the higher the infection rates. So one of the interesting things is really the realization that, by and large, COVID-19 is an infection of rich countries. The poorer countries tend to be much less affected. And of course, this is a very broad characterization that I do not really want to get too much into, because many people will find flaws to that characterization. But in one sentence, if I were to characterize the pandemic, this probably would be correct. Move on quickly to the second part and to the third part of my presentation in the interest of time. So I'm going to talk about the vulnerability that cities in the US have had to the pandemic. So this is really work that I've done with a number of colleagues here over the past couple of years. And what we were interested in doing was to develop the level of cities. And in the US, we have about 3,000 cities, and the cities being the units of analysis here. Try to identify or try to quantify the vulnerability, and to develop an index of vulnerability of cities as communities in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. So for this, we assembled a set of 41 variables organized in 5 different dimensions, dealing with demographics, the socioeconomic reality, urban form and density, mobility and connectivity, and finally, the health infrastructure and the state of the environment, such as weather conditions, climatic conditions, and things of that sort. So we did collect really a very sizable data set that was current as of June 30th, 2021, both in terms of those indicators of vulnerability to the pandemic, but also in terms of really the depth and intensity of the infection of the pandemic in the US. So this is really based on data that's been for the past 3 years collected by a university in the US, Johns Hopkins University, which has been in many ways the custodian of very significant data sets, typically reported on a weekly basis. The method that we use in this, and I'm not going to delve into it, but really true to the message I gave you earlier. So we use a different sets of methods of machine learning, which are listed here, F classification methods, mutual information regression, as well as select K-best methods. The methodology that we used beyond the data collection is to assemble the data, to process them, to generate and to normalize the rates, to develop vulnerability scores, and to develop an index before visualizing on the map, and really to understand a little bit better what the patterns that exist in the data related to vulnerability. The analytical results are, I'm going to focus on the next few slides on the analytical results of this research. As I was telling you, we use 41 measures or indicators of vulnerability, which are reported in the table on the right. Now, the organizers are set in 5 broad dimensions, and what you see on the table is really a quantification of the importance of those different dimensions and the sub-dimensions consisting in those 41 different factors. The score, numerical values that are reported in the table indicate the magnitude of those dimensions in explaining the importance of these groups of factors, those dimensions. We see the largest and most significant one is the demographics, followed by mobility and connectivity at the very bottom, going from a score of 0.22, 0.21, and health and the environment, followed by socioeconomics, and finally urban form and density. So interestingly, urban form and density is really the least important. That's really the concentration. How dense an urban area is has really not been found by our analysis to be particularly important. Among the demographic characteristics, what we find to be particularly important in the US urban context is the age structure. The large share of elderly population, but also large share of young population, which is really very important. Also, other thematic dimensions that are very important would include anything that's related to mobility. So the length of the commute, issues of use of public transportation that tends to exacerbate really the incidence of the pandemic, living in very tight quarters, large families, for instance, and indeed in large cities, you often would see individuals who live in tighter quarters because the cost of living is much higher, and the cost of housing being higher means really that people live in tighter quarters as opposed to living in large suburban homes, for instance. Having health insurance has been found to be particularly important. Yes, the US that has tens of millions of people who do not have access to health insurance, and that is associated with a greater risk and greater vulnerability of the population. Air quality has been found a factor, as well as the number of hospitals present in urban areas. From a geospatial perspective, this is really the kind of results that we have. So in other words, our methodology here generated a single synthetic pandemic vulnerability score, which then could be mapped. And what you see on the map that is reported on this slide is for the 3,000 cities scattered all over the US territory, excluding Alaska and Hawaii. As you can tell, these are the lower 48 states. We see using this color coding that is being used, red being the most vulnerable, orange less vulnerable, yellow medium, and then the greens being of lower and lowest vulnerability. We see a great deal of organization on this map. This is not a salt and pepper pattern where there's no structure. You see a very strong sense only of organization over here. Particularly, you see a strong concentration of red dots in California, particularly Central Valleys in Southern California, in Texas, lots of red and orange, lots of it in Florida, lots of it in in North Carolina, as a matter of fact, so where I am based, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, in the area here on the east coast of the US. On the contrary, you see lots of green dots in the Midwest, the upper Midwest, and you see lots of yellow as well around the Great Lakes. So there is a lot of structure in all of this. And as a matter of fact, when you look at the most vulnerable cities in our data set, we find that out of the 100 most vulnerable cities, 60 of them are located in California, 14 in Texas, and 9 are located in Florida. So this is in and of itself a strong signal, strong indication of the very strong spatial pattern in the vulnerability to a pandemic like COVID-19. Things are not random. Not everybody is equally vulnerable. Not every community is equally vulnerable. So there's a great deal of heterogeneity within the states, but also between the states. And really what is reported in the bottom of my slide here is a box plot that really shows the amount of variability between the states, but also within each of the states. To continue on the same theme, what we did was to understand a bit better really the spatial structure of this pandemic vulnerability index that we created. We conducted a local Moranzai analysis, which is intended to identify clusters, local clusters. So we look basically at place as a driving phenomenon behind the level of vulnerability. We looked at geography as a driving element behind all of this. And so using the local Moranzai analysis, we obtain a map, we obtain results as depicted on the map that we have here. So we have different shadings of the different cities. And what you see in the light, the salmon color of the map here, you see a number of locations that are labeled as high clusters, which means that these are locations where the vulnerability is very high, surrounded by other communities with high vulnerability as well.
Jean-Claude,
Yes.
sorry for interrupting. Just want to let you know that it's just 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So we saw a lot of concentration of high clusters in California and Texas, in Florida, and in the Carolinas, the Piedmont as well. So we see that a great deal of differentiation. On the other hand, the low clusters, which means low vulnerability surrounded by large patches of low vulnerability cities, are found overwhelmingly in the Northeast, but also in the upper Midwest. So geography matters, and the geography of COVID vulnerability is very, very strong. There's a very clear pattern in this respect. Moving on to the third part of my presentation. Aside from really looking at cities in the US, another theme of research that I've been engaged in for quite some time now has been dealing with global cities. And really question that that rose to the very top over the past years is to understand how global cities, which are cities that tend to interact much more with others around the globe, London interacting with Tokyo and Paris and New York and so on, more than with their hinterland, how those global cities fared during the pandemic. This is fundamentally what we were interested in looking at. So this is really deeply rooted in decades of research in global and world city networks analysis and the ranking of those, really tied to global network connectivity. And legitimately, fundamentally, the reason is this: we know that really the early days, the early weeks of the pandemic was such that really the communities that were most affected were communities where there was a significant amount of migration, movement of population globally, so that really the pandemic and the virus was spread over great distance from China to Italy, from Italy to other parts of Europe, and from there to North America and to other parts of the world. So fundamentally, this is really to understand how global networks and global network connectivity may have had an impact really on global city networks. So the research design is depicted here in 4 different steps. We have a data collection step, some of the processing of the data, some clustering analysis to identify some types, some of the salient dimensions, and the clustering of cities into groups before the visualization, understanding whether there is a relationship between different types of cities based on the resilience and the vulnerability on one hand, and the recovery, and their ranking in global city network rankings. The data we used here was based on Google Trends, and without going into a great amount of detail here, finding the right data was really very difficult, but we settled on Google Trends really because it is fundamentally a measure of how much people search for specific cities, and we really relied on the Google Trends information to understand this. So ultimately, we did not have first-hand information, but this is secondary information really about really the search that people did on other cities in other parts of the world. Then we did do this on a weekly basis, so stretching over 250 weeks, including 25 weeks before the pandemics and all of the weeks post the official declaration of the pandemic. So the patterns that we have are sort of illustrated on these 2 charts, which show contrasting patterns. The city of Beijing on the left, where we have on the vertical axis sort of a signal, which is the magnitude of the searches for the word Beijing on Google search engine. And you see there are spikes, but fundamentally you see as well, we have different signals. Really, this is really, we captured the data out of 20 different countries that were globally connected and globally engaged internationally. On the right side, you have Brussels, and you see that the patterns are extremely different. And you see that particularly at the time of the emergence really of the pandemic, which is in March 2020, you see fundamentally a drop in the number of searches. And really that drop is a result really of the pandemic, being locked down, not traveling, and therefore having much less interest in inquiring about what was going on in other cities, Brussels in this particular case. And then the slow recovery. But notice the difference really between Brussels and Beijing in this particular case. The analysis was really based on measurement of really the pre-pandemic situation and the situation in terms of Google Trend values right after the start of the pandemic, and then much later on. That's what we call the recovery. So the drop is really short-term, the recovery is much more long-term. We measured this by the mean across different countries, 20 different countries of the values of the Google Trend indices, the median, the standard deviation, and so on. We did PCAs to sort of collapse with some of that information. And here we have the information reported for another city, the city of Istanbul, over that entire horizon. And the results have been captured through the clustering analysis that led us to the identification of a few sets of cities with different types. And really the visualization you have here in the bottom, so we have 4 main types and a total of 9 subclusters within those main types. In terms of the mean recovery, and medium recovery, the mean drop and median drop. And then we look as well at standard deviation to look at heterogeneity in terms really of the amount of the standing of countries in terms of searches as depicted in the Google Trends. Without going into much details, and I run out of time and really I need to open up for questions and answers, really these are some of the results that we have. And so we have some countries like Kuala Lumpur with a very low recovery and very high standard deviation of the recovery. So you see a lot of noise before, but you see as well that after the start of the pandemic, a major drop in the Google Trends index or score, and really Kuala Lumpur has not recovered very much. Sydney is a little bit in a slightly better situation, but low recovery as well, but also a low standard deviation. Istanbul is a case where there's been a very strong recovery, as you can tell by the ascending slope up to this day, but a great deal of standard deviation, spread and disparities internationally. Dubai pretty much in the same way, San Francisco with medium recovery, London with medium recovery as well, and a city like Warsaw actually seems to have been doing very well since, at least in terms of the Google Trends index, the amount of searches that are really done right now for Warsaw internationally is actually superior, is greater, is larger than what it was before the pandemic. And there were cities that were out of line with really the trends and therefore really felt as part of other clusters, such as Kyiv for obvious reasons. It is obviously war related. So last couple of slides to wrap this up. We did map this and really this is the key point here. Once we map this, and the color coding here is really very interesting. You see that really in Europe, you see a lot of green, and the green arrows, which are ascending pretty fast, mean a pretty fast recovery. In other words, the amount of recovery that we have experienced at the latest stages of the pandemic has been faster in Europe than it has been in other parts of the world, particularly in Asia. In Asia, you have a lot of orange and a lot of red. We did some analysis using in order to try to explain those clusters that I was talking about, the four main ones particularly. And we discovered that actually there is we used for this a multinomial logistic regression type of approach. And we found actually no relationship with the global character of the city. We found as well no relationship with population density of those global cities, 150 cities. But we found an important trend and an important pattern related to the geography at a large scale, particularly tremendous amount of contrast really between European regions and Asian regions. Like I indicated, European regions recovering very significantly, sometimes doing much better, like Warsaw, than they were behaving before the pandemic. While on the other hand, Asian countries have been lagging behind for multiple reasons, including political reasons, whether it's in China, in Korea, or in Southeast Asia, or in Japan. Really, those countries have not really recovered very well globally. Final words of all of this. I'm pretty not going to repeat this. Maybe we can come back to this in a few minutes in the interest of time to give time for you guys to answer any questions that you may have. And I really would like to acknowledge the contribution of some of my co-authors. The first case study that I was presenting today is a paper that is currently under review with a number of authors. And the second is work that I've just completed with a visitor from Turkey, as a matter of fact. And we did some of this research of resiliency of cities around the globe. And I'm going to wrap this up by just leaving on the screen this slide so that you have my contact information. Thank you very much for your for participating in the conference and listening to my presentation. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean-Claude, for your so exciting, for your excellent presentation, combining vulnerability with resilience has brought about so many new approach angles, insights into the urban world in such uncertain times. So it's time now to open the floor for discussions. I do not see the questions in the chat, but probably our colleagues would like to address them now. Thomas Kosowski also is saying thank you for your so interesting presentation, and he's typing something now. Probably he would like to ask you a question. In the meantime, if there is not somebody else, I would like to ask you a question. At the beginning of your presentation, you explicitly mentioned the place-based approaches for this subject. And my question would be, how do you see the explicit interaction between place-based and people-based approaches in the discussions about vulnerability and resilience?
Well, I mean, that's obviously a very, very important question. I think what is interesting, because when you look at the data that's being made available to us in terms of the of infection rate and death rates and so on, certainly lots of that information is place-based. I think that in all countries, really the information is reported nationally, but also at the scale of at the granularity of communities. A town, a city, a county, a province, a state, you name it. So it is really very important. It is very difficult to tease out the relative contribution really of what is personal based, because often person-based versus community-based, because lots of the information about the personal characteristics of individuals who were infected or who died of the virus is not publicly available. This is typically confidential information. But what is really very interesting, so certainly I'm not denying that really there would be a very strong dimension really tied to the person. It is really very well known, certainly based on my own experience, that early on in the pandemic, for instance, the rate of infection and mortality was largely related to elderly population. In the US, shame on us, a lot of the elderly population who lived in nursing homes, for instance, were victims. They were what are called sitting ducks, basically. They're really not very well taken care of. The US really is known not to have taken care of well of its elderly population. And so this is a failure ultimately of our healthcare system, of treating them and protecting them carefully enough, and not isolating them enough really from the infection and exposure. That is really something that we should have done much better. So certainly teasing out really some of those differences, while a lot of research has been done, we do know a lot more now really about the importance of those factors, but really the magnitude of those different elements is really very difficult to deal with because of the multi-level nature of the analysis. And I think ultimately one thing that we need to, as a geographer, as a regional scientist, I definitely put the emphasis on the regional dimension, the community, right? The urban community. But fundamentally, this is not to deny the fact that really the personal conditions is very important. It is very clear that really there are some comorbidity factors that were particularly important to explain the higher risk of infection of certain individuals. This is not a community-based issue. This is a personal issue. Some people that are much more vulnerable to the virus. And to tease out really the change in the risk at the personal level versus the community level is really something that really does require multi-level analysis to be able to separate out, to tease out really all of those different factors that operate at different levels. So certainly all of those are important, and certainly one thing that is really very important to me as a lesson to all of this is really the importance to not stop at the first overall simplifying characterization of the reality, but really to dig deeper to understand that really there are different factors, the different resolution, different scales that operate. So Thomas was asking, is asking about the most important regional factors. Again, very important in terms of the regional factors is the age of the population. Certainly in the US, one thing that is quite significant has really been the predisposition that people have to believe the message of public officials. So the misinformation or disinformation, the reluctance later on really to adopt or to get vaccinated. There's a very strong spatial component to all of this. In the US, lots of things are very polarized, as you may have realized that from your side of the Atlantic, between people from the far left and the far right, and in between. So certainly, if you go back to some of the maps that I had earlier, some of the states that had the highest rates of infection, like in Texas, like in southern Florida or in North Carolina and so on, those tend to be communities where there is a great degree of mistrust with respect to government. And the government is not just the politicians, but also health officials. Don't tell me what to do. I will do it only if I want to. I don't believe really the message. You're trying to control us, and really, I don't want to hear from you. This is the message I've heard for 3 years, and it's still very much deeply ingrained in probably the American mindset in many ways. Now, interestingly, if you look at California, you saw as well, for instance, that really those were fairly red communities. California tends to be much more progressive than many other states in many respects, but really many of the smaller towns may not be quite as progressive. One of the interesting things in the US as well is really that the ethnic composition may play a very significant role. For instance, it is well known that over the past 3 years, certain segments of the population, such as people working in the service industry, construction industry, were not required to socially distance. Those were primarily low minority people from the African American community, Hispanic communities. And it is very well known that really those communities were infected at a much higher rate than others. So they bore the brunt basically of the pandemic as well. So there's a relationship between education, between ethnicity, and all of those things tying together. So these are some of the elements that I wanted really to share here. So some of those communities in California that really show a great deal of infection, those would be communities where there's a significant amount of Hispanic population, not necessarily highly educated, working in the food industry, in agriculture and construction, and with a very little amount of social distancing, access to healthcare being very limited. Sometimes their level of knowledge of English and the messaging of the federal government in English was not necessarily very well received. So some of those are very important elements. So when we talk about community, this is going back to the human factor, which is really very important. And really looking at the relationship between the personal conditions, the social capital, the human capital that is ingrained and rooted in specific communities and specific places.
Thank you so much, Jean-Claude. I apologize for 1 minute. I think my connection was interrupted, and I don't know. Have you taken another question in the meantime?
Yes, I answered. So Thomas had a question about.
Okay, so there is one more question by Tadeusz Striakevich about the number of vaccinated people, whether it has a significant impact on vulnerability and resilience. Have you got such data?
Data on vaccination is available in the US at different resolutions. At a fine community level. As a matter of fact, I'm starting to do some work on vaccination, not nationally, but more on the regional community. Vaccination rates have been found to be highly variable. And typically people who are deniers and people who do not believe and fundamentally believe that vaccination is a ploy from government to control individuals, those individuals tend not to want to vaccinate. This, to this day, as a matter of fact, has an impact on the higher infection rates and higher mortality rates as well. So communities, localities, place-based communities, where the vaccination rate is much higher because there's a stronger degree of compliance and acceptance of the fact that government agencies, public health officials act for the greater good of populations, tend to be better protected, and the infection rates and death rates tend to be low as well. So there is a clear relationship here. Some of it being place-based and some of it being socially based, particularly based on ethnicity, degree of education, level of education, so educational attainment and such. So yes, it is really very interesting to look at the disparities, social and economic, as well as spatial disparities that are affecting populations and our society. The US is really very interesting to do research in because while many things are controlled by the states, there's a certain amount of standardization in terms of the data, and therefore, in many ways, it is maybe a little bit easier to overcome the unevenness in the data quality that may exist in other parts of the world. And really being able to do research on 3,000 cities is really something that is really very interesting. So data is definitely very easily available at the county level. For the US city level, that may be a little bit harder, and further downscale, it's even harder, but it's definitely possible as well to get access to some of that information. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Jean-Claude. How time flows by. It's just we have just started, but now it's time to close this plenary session. Thank you again for your great presentation, for your answers to the questions. Many thanks to the audience for being here at this plenary session. We will surely meet again at the next session. So thank you again to you and everybody. And there is here a round of applauses for you now. So thank you very much
for the opportunity. And anyone who has questions during or after the conference, feel free to contact me. And I'll be more than happy to respond to your questions.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to open
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All the best, and we'll see again at the next sessions. All the best. Bye.
Thank you. So welcome everybody to this first parallel session. And this is a session that will chair. I'm Jean-Claude Till from the US, University of North Carolina in Charlotte. And we have, as far as I know, as listed on the program, still 5 presenters today. And the rule really would be for each of the presenters to have 15 minutes for their presentation, followed by Q&A for 5 minutes or so. So hopefully we will be able to start in a second. And we'll stick with that program. So so thank you very much for the participants to be on. And really, I was looking over the past couple of days at the titles of this presentation. Unfortunately, I did not have the chance really to look at the abstracts, but really these seem to be particularly interesting set of presentations. So I'm sure that we'll have some stimulating discussions and conversation during this session. So Justina Danielewicz is going to give the first paper. So Justina is affiliated with the University of Lodz. Her paper is titled Management of Metropolitan Areas in Romania, not in Slovenia. All right, Justina, go ahead. We're listening to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your introduction, Professor Thiel. And I would like to apologize everybody who expected presentation about Slovenia. I hope it will be for next conference, but now I finish my study in Romania, so this is the reason why I slightly change the topic. What is the aim of my research? Because integrated planning and management is necessary to prevent negative effects of metropolization, to meet global challenges and ensure sustainable development of metropolitan areas. So I aim to assess if integrated management of urban areas is implemented in Romania. And at the beginning, what is meant by metropolitan area in Romania? First I will start with this administrative organization of Romania. Romania is divided into 8 regions, which corresponds to not to level of European Union, but these regions are not administrative units. They are created in order to coordinate the development of the area. But the lower level of administration below the central government are counties. There are 41 counties and one separate city, it's the capital city Bucharest. And at the lowest level of administration we have rural and urban communes and towns. And Romanian legislation regulates the status of urban centers depending on the number of the inhabitants and the regional importance. And there are four ranks of cities. A special status was given to Bucharest city, which has also the status of a county and is divided into 6 sectors with separate authorities and offices. And the central government is represented by a prefect at the county level in Bucharest. And metropolitan areas may be established only by administrative units located around Bucharest, so this rank 0 city, and by units located around first rank cities. When we look at the definition of metropolitan areas, so in Romanian literature we can find definition which says that metropolitan areas are spaces influenced by urban centers which perform macro-regional functions and whose population exceeds 1 million people. And only the metropolitan area of Bucharest meets these conditions. The population of other functional areas does not exceed 1 million inhabitants. In legislation, in legal documents, metropolitan areas is defined as a cooperation structure with legal personality, which is established by Bucharest or first-rank cities and the rural areas in neighborhood in order to implement joint development projects of local or regional importance or for the provision of shared public services. And this structure is an association. It's the only possible form of institutionalization of metropolitan areas in Romania. And in 2004, the Romanian government adopted the Regional Development Act, which assumed that each of the 7 regions, except Bucharest, will have its own growth pole to counterbalance the dominant position of the capital city. And by these red dots, you can see the core cities of these metropolitan areas. This one is Bucharest. In 2007, the growth pulse policy was adopted. It was correlated with programming period of European Union 2007-2014, and this policy calls for an integrated approach to the urban-rural relationships, this integrated approach means that regional operational programs were to finance projects that will generate a synergy effect. It promoted multi-sectoral approach that focused not only on socio-economic development, but also recognized the importance of spatial planning. Also in the framework of this integrated approach, authorities of metropolitan areas had to prepare integrated urban development plans. They were encouraged not to think only in terms of funds available from operational program, but also to focus on the comprehensive cross-sectoral development challenges faced by the whole metropolitan areas. And talking about this integrated approach, I would like to analyze 3 forms of the integration crucial for metropolitan areas management. And I mean about stakeholder integrations, which is realized in different form of governance, spatial integration, and functional integration. And I will start with this stakeholder integration. Cooperation, this governance is realized in the form of intermunicipal development association. It's only a possible form of managing metropolitan areas allowed in Romania. These associations are managed by president of the association and the board, consisting of representatives of all administrative units in the area. And such association could be created since 2001, but till 2007 only 3 areas have chosen this form of cooperation. But funds available under the regional operational program were the stimulus that led to the institutionalization of metropolitan areas. And in result, after 2008, all 7 metropolitan areas included in the growth pulse policy created intermunicipal development association, and by the end of 2009, all association developed this integrated plan of urban development. And what is interesting, an institution managing the Bucharest metropolitan area has not been established so far. According to different analyses, different documents, metropolitan area of Bucharest comprises of 64 till 93 administrative units of the lowest level, these communes, located in 4-5 counties. It depends on the type of delimitation. Concerning the governance structure, in metropolitan areas, it is quite complex because the adoption of the growth pulse policy has resulted in the obligation to to appoint a coordinator in each metropolitan area to supervise the development and the implementation of an integrated development plan. The coordinator functions within the regional development agency assigned to the region with the growth pole. And part of the governance is the requirement for each metropolitan area to conclude tripartite contracts with the Ministry of Regional Development and Public Administration and Ministry of Economy and Finance. And the Regional Development Agency and all metropolitan regional development agency metropolitan areas signed such contracts, and on the same level functions growth pole leader, who is the president of Metropolitan Development Association. And so they are not dependent on each other. There is no hierarchy between them. Areas which are coordinated by Metropolitan Association are typical for the most of metropolitan areas. So this is integrated development planning, public transport, economic development, development of infrastructure, environmental protection, joint promotion, etc. If we concern the spatial integration, we can find that Romanian legislation provides metropolitan plans for major cities and municipalities that should contain solutions to problems and strategies for metropolitan areas. But there is no legal framework granting planning mandates to intermunicipal development association that currently manage metropolitan areas. And what is worth to mention is that from 2011, integrated urban development plans should form the basis for general local plans of all municipalities included in the Metropolitan Association. This functional integration, it's the good solution that according to rules, all local spatial plans should be developed based on the local development strategy of a territorial unit and correlated with the budget and public investment programs in the administrative unit. So this issues of economic, social development should be combined with spatial development. And as a conclusion, I would like to tell that in theory, integrated approach is reflected in the legislation and strategic documents adopted in Romania, but reality is much worse because only few metropolitan areas have a functional public transport system. A few cities have plans for metropolitan areas. A fewer metropolitan areas implemented projects at the metropolitan level. And the number and variety of projects targeting suburban localities is very limited when we compare it with these projects which are realized in core cities. And I found that the main barriers of integrated management they are quite there are a lot of these barriers. At first, there are no clear legal framework. The regulations regarding metropolitan areas are scattered among many legal acts. Second, weak status of Metropolitan Development Association. They don't have clear competences. Poor central government incentives limit the ability of local administration to adopt an integrated metropolitan development approach. The dominance of central cities, rural entities caused by fact that rural communities lack the resources to co-finance truly metropolitan projects. The problems in terms of office for authorities in Metropolitan Association, also the limitation of metropolitan areas is not proper because it doesn't reflect real functional connection between administrative units. And next barrier is limiting governance to cooperation between local governments and the central government, and other public sector entities as well as private and non-governmental stakeholders should be included in this process. And the last barrier is the voluntary character of this Metropolitan Association. So thank you. I used more than 13 minutes. I'm sorry. And if you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask.
All right. Thank you very much. I need to. Here we go. All right. Thank you very much, Justina. Very interesting. I mean, I learned quite a bit from your talk, so I very much appreciate that. The topic of your presentation, again, looking forward to hearing more about some of your work in the future. Are there any questions? And I believe that any questions that anyone may have can be put in the chat. If not, I'm going to ask one question to fill in the blank here. So it's more than just filling in the blank. I mean, it's really your discussion at the very end was really very interesting, teasing out really some of the limitations of the approach that we have. So you're saying fundamentally there's really not many not many incentives basically for moving forward. Is that correct? Are you specifically talking about financial incentive from the central government? Is that it?
Yes, I mean about different incentives, about financial one too, because for example, there is not something like the certain amount of money which would be available from a central government, which would be available for big, for example, infrastructure projects which are crucial for the development of whole metropolitan areas, and usually these areas are not able to arrange such projects by their own, so they need the support from the central government, and it not happens happen very early in Romania.
Yes, and that would really be the most effective way to secure collaboration and cooperation among local communities of the metro area. Otherwise, they basically will.
Especially if the smaller communes have no enough money. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Very interesting. And especially, I was really. So you were saying that really very, I guess, a limited number of those metro areas even have public transportation systems.
Yes, exactly. Yes, because I mean about effective transportation system.
Right.
Yes, who manage to deal with this urban sprawl and with this everyday commuting from suburbs to the core city. Yeah.
Yes. Well, very, very interesting. And I mean, again, it's really nice to see that essentially the structure is put in place to facilitate and to enable cooperation, collaboration, but that's not enough. You need to have those incentives, and you need to Central governments really, if they really want this to work, we need to have.
Yes, and in countries where central government is engaged in such cooperation, it looks completely different.
Okay, all right. Any questions from the audience, the virtual audience?
I can see them.
Yeah, I can't really see anything else. Well, so I guess we do need to move on, Justina. But I very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very informative. So thank you.
Thank you.
Right. The second presenter is going to be Anna. Hello, Anna. How are you doing? Anna Goletsinowska. Hopefully, I'm not too far from.
Goletsinowska is not an easy name.
Right.
The presentation is already here. Wonderful.
Very good to meet you. And really, we are going to listen to your presentation. Again, you have up to 15 minutes for this presentation. So potential for renewable energy production in wastewater treatment plants protection zones. Anna, go ahead. We're listening.
Thank you. Today we will talk about structures, but in a bit different sense than my previous speaker. This research was conducted by me and Mr. Marcin Zawada within a course of Integrated Coastal Zone Management at Gdańsk Faculty of Architecture, Gdańsk University of Technology. But changing a bit the composition of slides, I would like to give some background of this research. First of all, the EU directive encourages strongly Poland to change energetic structure, especially energy supply, to more green, more effective sources, because of the geopolitical situation, of course, this situation became even more urgent, and considering that the possible date of opening first atomic plant in Poland is 2035, the renewable energy sources became a very actual topic. And on the other side, considering sustainable development of structures, one of the largest consumers of energy are cities, and the transmission of energy, especially in case of Poland, where a vast majority of current energy sources is local south of the country, causes a lot of losses. We need space, we need energy sources, not only need renewable energy sources closer to cities, in particular closer to cities north of Poland. That means mostly coastal cities. And having in mind sustainable urban development, we should search for sites that are brownfields, that have been already transformed, to limit pressure on green spaces, and an option here may be spaces that are excluded from urbanization because of some special conditions. And here to just another specifics of coastal cities, that when it comes to spatial management, they're more limited because of the sea line, and in many cases nature protection areas that are along with it. When it comes to possibility of expansion, then cities in the plain zone. And just to give you an overview how a Polish energy share looks like at the moment, it's from 9 till more or less 13% when it comes to share of renewable energy sources. So you see how long is the way before us. And going back to scheme of the work, as I already mentioned, it's part of a larger research process dedicated to different kind of zones of limited use because of nature protection, for instance, or landscape protection, or spa and health resort regulations. But we've decided that for the special use, which is location or of renewable energy sources, the water plant treatment protection zones are actually most feasible to develop this function. In this research, we also used case studies from places from Poland and abroad, having as a background also large research on technical conditions, legal conditions, and basing on that, we've chose 4 cities or 4 areas within Polish coastal cities to propose some development of renewable energy sources. And then what do we have as an option on the table? It's biogas plants, wind energy, and solar energy. And considering the basic conditions, first to require firstly, considering such location in planning documents, which also already consumes time as a starting point. It also, because of conditions dedicated to environmental protection. In case of biogas plants, there are more strict regulation when it comes to environmental impact assessment. But the let's say weak part when it comes to wind energy is that we had a change of law in Poland in 2015, and now we need a distance which is more than 10 times than height of actually the plant. It's very hard to find such area in Poland, which is in general quite densely and extensively urbanized zone. And here, actually, the solar energy becomes the easiest renewable energy source to install. As you see, the regulations are quite liberal comparing to other energy sources, and if you compare current install potential capacity, you see the results. But coming back to the seashore and conditions, when it comes to both solar and wind energy, in particular wind energy, the conditions are in first case rather in the second very favorable. When it comes to biogas energy, actually the conditions are more or less the same when it comes to using sewage system and supplying the biogas energy. The conditions are more or less the same all over the country. And comparing, first of all urban wastewater treatment plants in the Polish coast, we've noticed that first of all, there was a kind of boom for this infrastructure. It was also related to EU enlargement and EU environmental regulations. It was more or less between 1990 and 2000. But what is also characteristical to coastal waste water treatment plants, they usually work for a much larger area and much larger number of inhabitants than regular inhabitants of cities they're located, because of course of tourism and holiday season in Poland, which is quite high, but mostly limited to 2 or 2.5 months in the summer. And most of those plants need renovation at the moment, so it's a good moment to start a discussion on combining the space of those facilities with another function, which is renewable energy use. And to give you overview, actually, for the further analysis, we were looking for cases with largest potential because of ground condition, because of environmental condition, and eventually we've decided to choose Elbląg, Gdańsk, and to power two plants in Szczecin. And when it comes briefly to topology, considering sustainable urban, sustainable use of space, of course, majority of them is located outside large city centers, but there is some form of correlation between time of building and proximity to city center, and also when it comes to delivering water, there are plants which are delivering directly to the sea. Some of them, as Jastrzębia or Elbląg, are delivering to some stream or other water bodies. And some, as Gdańsk, have a special built pipe system to deliver this water also to the sea. But coming back to energetic features, as I already mentioned, we've analyzed in depth 4 cases. Sorry, there's a little mistake with selection. I've noticed it at the moment, but it will be when you're having a little baby, sometimes you don't notice. Of course, when it comes to Gdańsk, also it's safe when it comes to flood risk at the moment, because that was one of the factors we were examining. But considering surface formation, elevation map, and flood risk, but also acoustic factors, we have drawn special proposals how those areas can be used for sustainable development of renewable energy sources. Considering also planning documents, renewable energy sources are not explicitly named in planning documents. However, they're like not forbidden. I don't want to discuss now the whole planning system in Poland, because it's quite complicated in this matter, and we have limited time. And when it comes to actually the effects, considering ground conditions, considering existing infrastructure, and finding the places we can simply use and cover for different functions, it turned out that actually in 3 or 4 locations, the most favorable function will be wind, solar energy plants, because simply they were too close to urban developments. The only case where it was possible to put wind mills, wind farms was Elbląg, and you can see what is actually the difference when it comes to efficiency of use of space and the energy we can produce. Yeah, the largest farm, I mean Gdańsk, we have close to 9 megawatts, comparing all possible cover with solar panels. And when it comes to only 11 turbines in Elbląg, we have 1.65. Yeah. There is a discussion, probably this regulation regarding wind farms will be bit liberated in Poland. However, that's the current status. And just to conclude briefly, because I see we're close to be out of time, depending on location within urban structure, the potential of renewable energy sources is different. However, it's in general larger in plants which are located bit distance and usually are larger. I mean, those also the timeline here appeals that they were built quite recently. The Polish coastline, as I already mentioned, has very favorable conditions when it comes to wind as well as solar energy. And not repeating the situation when it comes to biogas plants is more or less equal when it comes to the whole country. And using those buffer zones and production zones for renewable energy sources may have a positive impact on the energy balance of cities. And that's a bitter conclusion, actually, but will not ensure self-efficiency of the cities, in particular the larger ones. Thank you very much for the end. I wanted to give my email, but it's in the papers. That's the motto of our university.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna. Are there any questions from the audience? So Anna, I have a question for you. Given the uncertainty about the future energy independence of the country, do you see that really there's a lot of creative thinking that goes into thinking out of the box, not just basically going by plans that have been around or really doing things the normal way, but really thinking out of the box in terms of really revisiting really received ideas in terms of how to produce energy and things like, because really what I was really thinking, I mean, sometimes it is a question really of having the material, the source of energy. So certainly looking at a wastewater treatment plant is really a very interesting way, basically, to sort of maximize the energy output, but also the amount of land may be an issue, particularly when you talk about solar, right? So do you see that really there's that deep thinking or rethinking about really how the country can make that happen, communities can make that happen?
It's a difficult question because I have also an opportunity to observe what is going on in local self-government of Gdańsk, and actually how are the emergency plans are being introduced at the moment, and that the city is actually very active on verification. Where do we have buildings and areas to put in particular solar energy, because as I mentioned, it's the easiest option to put in urbanized areas. Yeah, and also other discussion how to reduce the demand. Yeah, for the energy.
Right.
But there are like two frames. One is atomic energy, and I believe the mindset, the change of the mindset when it comes to public opinion, and there are also effects of research on that, has changed drastically through last year. But when it comes to more efficient use of space through liberalization law on wind farms, I guess we're close to that. Yeah. However, there is a huge discussion because there is kind of not in my backyard also syndrome behind that. How to say, the feelings and the mindset of those who are in charge of energetic safety are differ a bit when it comes to local level, when it comes to state level, and when it comes to emotions of public opinion.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, and especially, I mean, water treatment plant. I mean, it's definitely the material that may be there really for certain forms of energy production. And that's really what I was really thinking about, the amount of space. So potentially those are places where you can put in place actually solar panels, but also wind farms if the conditions are right. They concentrate all of that in areas where potentially can minimize the not in my backyard type attitude.
Exactly.
Because typically water treatment plants
anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So concentrate all of those types of production facilities, but that sounds good. Any questions from anybody in the audience? No? All right, well, Anna, thank you very much for this stimulating presentation, and it's definitely a very important work to be done, and very important way to stay on top of things and to just make sure that really the planning is done in the right way. So thank you very much. All right, the third presentation would be given to us by Adrian Reisinger. And so Adrian is...
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I can see your slides as well. So Adrian is going to speak about how to incorporate social responsibility how to incorporate social responsibility to help the local and regional economy and society to be ready for the challenge from with international ideas. This is quite a program there. All right, so we're listening to you, Adrian. So 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So my name is Adrian Reisinger, and I am from Hungary, from Széchenyi István University in Győr. And at first, I would like to speak about the background of my topic. And so I have been making researches with social responsibility for almost 2 decades, but I'm concentrating on CSR, so corporate social responsibility, in the past few years. And now I am making a research about corporate competitiveness with social factors. So the CSR came into this research topic, and I made interviews with small and medium-sized companies in Győr, in Hungary, in the past 1 year, with CSR, with competitiveness, and I also made 3 case studies. And now, this year, in the past few months, I started an additional topic, research topic with this CSR. I try to focus at the international level, how CSR is working at international level, mainly with the focus on the European Union. And I am at the beginning of this research, and now I am trying to answer 2 questions. So as I mentioned, I made 3 case studies with small and medium-sized companies, and I tried to connect these case studies to my new topic, to the international level of the CSR. And I would like to answer this question: how the companies can adopt the EU approaches, and how CSR can help them to be ready with challenges, and how they can help the local economy and local society to be more resilient. So very quickly about the CSR. So it means that firms are responsible not just for the business, but also for the environment where they operate, and they pay attention to its employees. They care with local or even national issues, communities, and it's mainly a voluntary activity. But there are big multinational companies where there are external forces to make such kind of activities. And CSR began with the Carroll model and with local companies, but nowadays it is clear that also smaller companies can make such kind of activities. And now we have the newest European Commission definition. It is more than 10 years old, but this is the newest one. So this social responsibility means the responsibility of enterprises for the impacts on society. So it is a wider topic than the Carroll pyramid model, and later I will speak about it. So very shortly about my method. So as I mentioned, I made 3 case studies in year with small and medium-sized companies. And my topics were social responsibility, sustainability, value creation. So I made these case studies with a lot of topics, and now I would like to concentrate only on the CSR. And this information, I have information from interviews, so they were the main topic: homepages, Facebook pages, company newsletters, annual reports. And here you can see in this table my C cases. As you can see, all of the companies are from the industrial sector, and the first 2 companies are small companies, and the third is medium-sized companies, and this is the oldest company. And of course, all of them are active in CSR activity, but in a different level. So the first company was established in 2010, and for them, being responsible means being responsible for the employees. It is very important for them. And CSR means to help people and civil organizations based on the owner-managers' inner drivers. And but it is important, before 2015 there was no CSR activity in the company because the owner managers didn't have time to deal with such kind of things. And later they realized that they are big enough based on number of employees, annual turnover, that they can deal with such kind of things. And nowadays they react on external inquiries, and the decisions are based on personal values and the motivation of these companies to help other people and to help the local community. The second company, for them, being responsible means the same as the other company. It is a little bit older company. It was established almost 30 years ago. And for them, social responsibility means the environment focus and also the local community focus. And after the establishment, the focus was on the relations. The owner manager tried to make a lot of relations with the company, and through these relations, they try to manage the social responsibility activities. But the owner manager died in 2019, and after it there was a significant change in the CSR activity. Nowadays, beside relations, also giving aid and support for the local society is very important activity, and also the sustainability topic is is very important, and the motivation is to help other people. And the third companies, for them, social responsibility means giving financial and non-financial support. And after the establishment, they try to focus on social responsibility activities, but not as a way as today, and they didn't use the term CSR. And the significant change happened when there was a generation change in 2013, and the new managers brought a new way of thinking about CSR, and nowadays they feel that they big enough to form the environment, and for them CSR programs, sustainability are very important, and their motivation is to help others. But there is another motivation factor, to be well known in the local community. For this company, it is also a very important factor. And my first question was how these companies can adopt EU approaches. And as I mentioned, that I am at the beginning of this part of my research, so to connect CSR to the European level. And at first, I used the renewed EU strategy for 2011-2014. So this is a very complex European Union strategy for the CSR, and I try to collect some factors, and I made suggestions, and I try to relate it to my cases. So the first thing is the definition of the European Commission. So the responsibility of enterprises for the impacts on society. It is a very wide definition of CSR, and I suggest all of my companies, so all of the three companies, to consider the CSR as a broad topic. So not just support or help local communities or concrete organizations, but as in the next point I suggested, so to be present in all of the activities. So the European Commission definition is, definition is for CSR to integrate social, environmental, ethical, human rights, and so on into the business operations. So it means that that CSR is more than just support civil organizations, and this is my suggestion also for my companies. The next point is the strategic approach of CSR. In the literature, it is related mainly to big companies, but I also suggest, and only for the third company, to make strategies. I think the first and the second company is not at that stage that they can manage it, but the third company, I think they can manage this level of CSR. The next point is to maximize the creation of shared value. It means that companies should consider CSR as a value creation, and it is a broad topic, so they can manage it in a different way. The next is differences between SMEs and large firms. I felt that in the two small companies, they felt that they are so small that they can do anything for the local community. They do CSR activity, but they are very shy about these activities. And I suggest them to learn what is the difference between SMEs and large companies. And they can realize that SMEs can also very active in CSR, but in a very different way. So small and medium-sized companies, large companies differ in a lot of points. So I think it is important to understand that, okay, they are small, but they can also be very active. And the last one is the communication, because I realized that in the first two companies, the communication is not so active, but I think it is very important to communicate with employees and with local communities what are these CSR activities. And my second question was how, sorry, there is a small typing mistake in the title. So how CSR can help companies to be ready with challenges. And I think if companies consider CSR as a broad topic, they can provide to the local and also the regional economy and society in a better way. So they can understand that that CSR is not just support organizations or people. They can use CSR to solve local problems. They can share problems. They can more active with relations, and they can feel that they are not alone with their problems. So nowadays there are a lot of crises, and companies can be more resilient if they share these problems with each other, and they are more conscious about being responsible and not just support organizations, but making so concentrating on relations and how they can share these ideas with each other. And as a conclusion, so I tried to use my 3 cases to answer my 2 questions. And as I mentioned, so this is the first step in my research with CSR and the European and international level. And I try to prove that there are companies in Europe which are very open for the CSR, and I think that they are ready and they are open for improving their CSR activity and to use them to be more active in the society. And through these activities, they can serve also the local economy and the local society. And it's okay that there are hundreds of SMEs in Europe, but if there are more and more companies who are open and ready to go further with the CSR activity and to be more active and to consider CSR as a wider topic, I think it will be better for also the city, and they can react more better to crises. And thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you very much, Adrian. Interesting presentation. So I have a couple of questions, maybe one main question here. So you were talking about the SMEs, and I do understand that really SMEs really often, they are on the one hand embedded in the community, and therefore their heart maybe in terms of doing things, but they may feel that, well, it's expensive to be socially responsible, and maybe they feel they can't afford it to do it. So it may not necessarily be good for their business, right? So I don't really know how deeply ingrained that would be in the attitude of the local SMEs. But do you have a sense really of how much really the SMEs really talk to each other or collaborate with each other or partner with each other in terms of the social responsibility activities? So what can you tell us about that?
Yes, it's a very interesting and very important topic. When I began to make researches with SMEs in Europe, a lot of companies mentioned that they are very open for the results because they feel that there are only few companies in Europe which are active in CSR. But in my research, so I didn't speak about my interview researches, but I made interviews with 50 SMEs in Europe, and almost all of them are active in CSR, but they don't communicate it. So they don't communicate to the local community, and they don't communicate with each other, except for some companies. So it is not true for all of the companies. So I think almost all of them feel that it is an important activity, but a lot of companies feel, as I mentioned, that they are not enough big, that they can do big activities. But I think it is not important to do big things, and I think with my research I try to have these companies, because I would like to share my results with these companies, and I would like to have them to be more active, to share the activities, the ideas, because I think it's important. So I think companies have to improve these such kind of activities, but I think it's very important. So thank you very much for your question.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, my question was sort of prompted by what you were saying. I mean, if they feel that too small, well, putting their resources together, collaborating on the larger projects really may carry some weight, basically, and make them feel really more, I guess, much better in terms of how they can contribute to their community and be more effective as well, and really spending less time trying to figure out, well, what is the best way to be effective in making a difference in the community? So I think all of those things may be important. Small businesses sometimes have dealing with the business decisions day in, day out, and they feel that really anything else really may be a distraction as well with respect to their ability to succeed as a business. But I think encouraging them to work together, I think collaborate, I think would be neat. All right. Any questions from anybody who is attending?
I can see.
I don't see anything posted, so I'm assuming that really participants can do that, but I haven't seen anything being posted. So otherwise, we'll just move on. And Adrian, thank you very much for that stimulating presentation. It's really nice to see.
Thank you very much.
Work being done in smaller cities as well, and I think that's really very important. Right? Big cities are not really the only places that matter ultimately. That's good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next presentation. I don't know who the presenter is going to be. Marek Nowak?
Yes, but I'm a cooperator of Marek, so I'll be a presenter today.
Right, thank you. So Anna is going to present a paper titled New Center in Luban, New Quality or Archipelago of Enclaves. Go ahead, your 15 minutes. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to mention that we are quite quiet audience. That's why we are not typing any questions. But yes, we can. Well, if our conference wasn't online, we would meet in Poznań probably. And today I'd like to invite you to take a part on a journey to the city which is a direct neighbor of Poznań. It's Luboń, and from this regional perspective or even country perspective, we're going deeper and deeper through our presentations. And now I'm going to invite you to visit one district in this quite small town, according to the space, but according to the number of inhabitants, quite big. I'm going to speak about what Luboń is and why we choose Luboń, and about the origin of this district I'm going to ask you to visit, and then about the topic of identity, locality and space, because our presentation is more kind of a social study, and we wanted to answer the question, is this place a new quality or just the archipelago of enclaves, as we used it in the title of the presentation. So what is Luboń and why Luboń? As I said, it's a direct neighbor of Poznań, the host of our conference. And it's a very specific city, very specific town. It was created from the merger of 3 villages, and they had different functions, because one of them was typically a rural village with agriculture and buildings connected with this. And the second one, it was the place of concentration of industrial plants, of the chemical industry that which had significant impact on the environment. And the third one, it was little small town which looked like this in its city center. And those 3 villages were merged in 1954. So it's very unique that we can observe a development of this city from the very, very beginning. We still have inhabitants who remember the moments when the city became a city. And in this place, we thought that it's a grateful peel that can be studied as a space of, because it's quite close to Poznan, of dynamic urbanization, of the industrialization, because after beginning of 90s, we had so dynamic changes in the economy, and all those companies we had in Luboń almost stopped to exist. And at the same time, it's a place of dynamic social, economic, and spatial changes. And the space we wanted to describe and we wanted to ask you is just a part of Luboń. But to see how dynamic this development was, I'd like to show you just 2 maps. The map which those maps were prepared by us. We did a really difficult job finding all the documents in a town hall and then digitalizing them, and we found the oldest document with spatial plan of the city with particular functions, which in 1962 looked like this, and the latest one with from 2017 looks like this. So you can see on those 2 pictures how dynamic those changes were, and at the same time you can see how dynamic was the increase of the number of inhabitants, of the number of flats in Luboń. One of cases of this rapid increase looks like this. It's this new center of Luboń, which was established in 1999 when the mayor of city decided that, well, we have 3 different places in the city, but we should just combine them. We should give them a new quality, and this new quality will be a new city center. A new city center which will be created from the very, very beginning. We can't say that it's finished project, because the activity in this place is still acting. There are still rising new buildings. And what is the characteristic of this place? It's a typical modern residential complex made by different developers. Firstly, the idea was to make really great, detailedly planned new district. But as it used to be in Poland, the reality was completely different, and different developers started to realize different parts of this new center of Luboń. And what we have today, well, a set of enclaves, as we said, from the spatial perspective, with gated communities, with rather low quality architecture, and very, very varied. So Marek, who's my cooperator in this project, is a sociologist, and he was really wondering what does it exist? How does it exist? How people living there finding this space, finding old inhabitants of the cities, how they become new inhabitants of the city, and how they exist in Luboń, in fact. So we decided to ask people to answer the questions, what is the identity, the locality, and the space in this place. And for this purpose, we conducted 2 social surveys. Details about the number of a sample, etc., are going to be presented in the article we're preparing, but I'd like to share with you only a few things from this study. We received results that surprised us, because we were sure that in such a place with those enclaves, with those different separate parts, people will be living in the same manner. People will be just molecules in a space. And what surprised us, these are the results of a social survey we first of all made in a whole city, and then made these are surveys from 2021, and in 2022 we asked only people living in this district. What was surprising that the answers weren't very different. People in this new Luboń center said that, yeah, they feel like being a part of a city. They feel quite good in this place. They even start integrate with this inhabitants from other districts. Well, they feel quite good. And that was surprising for us, because we suspected that they are kind of temporary residents. They rent their flats. They were quite young when they establish their families. They're looking for bigger flats, and they're leaving these new centers. So they are temporary citizens. And okay, these are some technical problems. They feel in this place, which is from the scientific point of view, not a good place for living. As I said, rather low quality of architecture, gated communities, different parts with different architecture, lack of parking places, lack of public services, even lack of roads in some places. But they feel quite good, and they even said that this place isn't different than the other places they lived before, and they feel quite good there. They have quite good relationships with their neighbors. They know that there isn't too many attractions there and too many events taking place there, but they don't bother, and they don't need it, in fact, because they have their own flat and they live their goods. They don't need anything more. when it comes to their relations with their neighbors, they're quite typical for new housing estates. Marek was earlier investigating old districts in Poznań, established in 60s, 70s, and 90s. And he said that the results of his previous study are quite similar to the results of this study. So in these different types of districts, there isn't too many difference between the relations with neighbors. At the same time, they think that their neighbors are quite calm. They feel rather safe in this space, and they point out that the main reason why they decided to live there in the new Luboń Center, it was the level of rents, which is much lower than in Poznań. However, they are not troubled by the proximity of landlords. They have quite good relationships with them, and they perceive their neighborhood as being calm and pleasant. So what are the main, Liz and nice one, these are quotations from that interviews we made as well. And what are the main conclusions of our investigation and our visit in new center of Luboń? There is quite typical problem in Polish towns. It's a weak place-based identity. They don't say about them like they are inhabitants of new Luboń center or even Luboń. They are just part of their families. They have their colleagues. They do not have the need to identify with the place. At the I should finish, Jean.
Yes, please.
Yes, that's going to be the last slide. Please forgive me. About the conclusions, you can just read through it, and I want to read it to you just to quit my presentation and tell you thank you for visiting Luboń.
Thank you very much. And thank you. I guess I was a bit intrigued by the title of your presentation. I think you made it very clear really what that is about. And it is really very different, but I mean, definitely it is really intriguing really to see how people feel really about the place and really where the sense of place really develops or fails to develop and so on. So it's kind of interesting work really when a new urban center is really built that way. So thank you very much for your presentation. I do appreciate that. I really mean it. This is very different from the kind of work that I do, but I very much like really these kinds of presentations. It's very informative and really gives a very different perspective on really how space is being used and really being incorporated into people's mindset. So that's really very, very, very exciting. Thank you. All right, last presentation for this session is going to be given by Miklos Lukovic. Miklos, I saw your name there, so I know you're there. So Miklos is going to talk to us about a very different topic. Topic that is dear to me. I've done some research on this over the past couple of years. So challenges of connected and autonomous vehicles in cities. I'll be listening to you with a great deal of interest. So Miklos seems to have some issues. So we will wait a little bit until he can resolve the problems.
Miklos, can you click those two first icons, the camera and microphone. Please click on it and open the camera and microphone. If you can't open your camera and microphone, please write in chat what kind of problems do you have.
The pleasures of virtual presentations. Technology. I think I have to thank the tech support of the conference. I think that this has really worked actually pretty smoothly. This is a product that I've never used before, but I think as far as I was concerned, I had a couple of glitches early on, but I think that this has worked really very well. So thank you for tech support.
Thank you for your kind words. Sometimes we have these issues, but it's not because of this program, it's because of setups of our
Yes.
entities. And I think, Miklos, you need to relock your computer and please open it in a different browser, or make sure you shut down all the programs in the background, Zoom, Skype, or etc.
Yes.
He actually left, so we might wait for a couple of minutes, and
We need to wait until he comes back. Yes, yes, yes. It's certainly my own experience with online platforms like this. Some of them are pretty good, some of them are not quite so good. I guess I personally use Zoom a lot, and Zoom works okay, but it has fairly limited capability ultimately. And I really feel that this one is actually pretty good, just for information. That's my
Okay,
sense.
Miklos, I'm giving you right to be a presenter once again, and if you can open the microphone and camera, please do it by clicking those two first icons below my face, here, somewhere here.
I like that.
But it doesn't work. That's why we always make this rehearsal before the conference, just to make sure everybody has a chance to check his camera and microphone works in this program. Oh, come on, Miklos, don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up. That's for resiliency, you know?
I can nothing else. Right. Maybe organizer will figure out, and they will be able to put you somewhere else where a window of time occur.
Yes.
If somebody else not show up, I will talk to organizers, and we will think of you, and I think we will give a chance to people to go for a coffee, I think.
All right, Miklos, I understand that you do not want to use up people's time here, but so if you have a chance, feel free to communicate with me, and if you have a presentation willing to share with me, really, because really I'm interested in your topic, so feel free to send it to me if you can. That would be wonderful. Otherwise, since you were the last presenter in this session A, then we just will close this session. I was really very impressed really by the quality and the diversity, and really the amount of work that went through the presentation that you all gave this morning. And again, I, like many other people, I think we all wish that we could meet in person. But I certainly was very much excited really to be able to chair this session. And really, I hope that we all came enriched by listening to those different perspectives and different presentations on the theme of resilience in an urban context. And look forward to you continue work and to listening to you and to seeing you work in print, in presentation conferences in the future. And I wish you all a very good conference and for the next couple of days, and that you will continue being productive in this space. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Hello to everybody, dear colleagues. I am Magdona Benke from Hungary, from the University of Debrecen. I am working in the border of two disciplines, educational sciences and regional sciences, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to chair this session. It is my honor. We have four very interesting papers in this afternoon, applying the regional approach. We have 4 examples looking at different topics. So I would like to suggest to have 15 minutes for each presentations, and after that 7-8 minutes for discussion for each cases, if you agree. So I said I am working in the border of 2 different disciplines, regional studies and educational sciences, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to chair this session. It's my honor. And I would like to give the floor to Katarzyna Maj-Waśniowska, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure and an honor that we can, and me and my friend can present the result of our research. The topic of our presentation is challenges for the finances of metropolitan city in Poland in a turbulent environment, experiences after the COVID pandemic. I come from Krakow University of Economics, and my friend Anna Wichowska represents the University of Warmia and Mazury in Olsztyn. Our presentation is divided into 5 main parts. The first is the objective and research question, then the second one is theoretical background, the third one, data sources and research method, next is result, and finally conclusions and summary. During the experiences connected with the pandemic COVID, we decided to put a question about the financial situation of the metropolitan city after the pandemic COVID. But of course, the pandemic COVID was also connected with many changes in law, in regulation that resulted in changing of the functioning of the not only metropolitan city, but all government units in Poland. So the first question was the impact of the COVID pandemic on the financial situation, and the second one is about the challenges facing metropolitan city in connection with the COVID pandemic, and as I mentioned, also the legal changes, legal regulations. So there are 2 main objectives. The first one is the assessment of the effect of the COVID pandemic on the financial management of selected metropolitan cities in Poland, with particular emphasis on budget revenues. And the second one is the identification of challenges faced by metropolitan cities in terms of fiscal policy after the pandemic. The literature review shows that the crisis results very strongly in the financial situations because the last decade before the outbreak of the pandemic COVID was a period that we can name a stable development for local government units. In 2019, the revenues of local government units increased by nearly 42% compared to 2010. On the other hand, we have to emphasize that already in 2019 there were many problems in the functioning of the local government units, and the pandemic COVID and the resulting significant change in legal regulations, including those relating to public finance, of course, not only increased the scale and scope of the problems, but also became a source of many new challenges. We can observe two main tendencies: that the increase in budget expenditure was accompanied by a decline in revenues and operating surplus, which in turn had a significant impact on the implementation, of course, on the task at the level of local government units, and slowing down the current recovery. Of course, literature review shows that that we had similar problems during the first crisis, 2007-2009. But the COVID pandemic had a particular significant impact on the financial of cities with a large number of inhabitants that are called in Poland metropolitan cities, because the cost of implementing specific tasks increased significantly with a simultaneous decrease in own revenue. The reason why the big cities, metropolitan cities, are resulted so strongly by COVID pandemic is that the own revenues dominate the structure of total revenues, and they are collected from source located in the area, and also they depends on the degree of socioeconomic development, but also macroeconomic situations, political situations, and of course these legal factors that I mentioned that had changed very often. We can say that limiting the negative effects of COVID was possible thanks to the involvement of public finance in a huge scale. We can divide the action that were taken in three areas. The first one was the relaxation of fiscal rules. The second one was increasing financial security, and then the last one was facilitating and financial management of local government units. Here we can see also the examples of each action. In the case of first one, relaxing of fiscal rules, we can the changes in the scope of the balanced budget principle was made. Also changes in the individual debt ratio was introduced, and changes in the way subsidies are transferred were made. In the second area that we called increasing, that we named increasing financial security, we can mention change in the rules of indebtedness and establishment of the governmental fund for local investments. And the last one, for example, is connected with exclusion of debt servicing costs when calculating the operating surplus. So we have to be conscious that the changes that we observed are not only the result from the pandemic, but also result from the changes in law. And the data sources and research method, it is worth to underline that we make our research using both secondary and primary data. Secondary data comes from the reports on the implementation of local government budgets. The research used the ratio analysis. The selected indicators for 12 metropolitan cities in Poland as a measure of changes in the financial situation of these cities. These indicators were developed by Ministry of Finance, and they are used to assess the financial situation, financial conditions. The obtained data was statistically analyzed with the use of multivariate analysis methods, including clustering with the VART method. And VART agglomeration method with Euclidean distance was used to group cities into homogeneous groups in terms of budget indicators, and we used we take into account seven indicators: share of current revenue in total revenue, share of own revenue in total revenue, share of operating surplus in total revenue, share of property expenditure in total expenditure, charging current expenditure with expenditure on remuneration and derivatives on remuneration, and share of operating surplus and revenue from sale of assets in total revenue, and self-financing rate was the last one. But we have to skip one of them. This was the indicator WB6, that was share of operating surplus and revenue from the sale of assets in total revenue, because there was a very high correlation with the operating surplus share in total revenue. It was 0.96. Research on the secondary data has been supplemented with the analysis of primary data obtained in our research. We conducted a survey among 12 cities belonging to the Metropolitan Union of Metropolitan City, and it was in the fourth quarter of 2021. Ultimately, 6 cities participated in the survey. The 3 of them had between 100,000 and 500,000 inhabitants, 1 between 500 and 750,000, and 1 over million inhabitants. And the survey allows to collect opinions of budget treasuries about the forecasts of the future directions of city budget in the after of the COVID pandemic and the resulting changes. And now the results of our survey and our analysis will present my friend Ania. Thank you.
In this picture, we can see results of grouping metropolitan cities using the WORD method in terms of selected budget indicators in 2019 and 2020. The application of the WORD method allowed to distinguish 3 groups of cities. In 2019, cities with the highest level of budget indicators were placed in group 3, with average levels of these indicators in group 1 and with the lowest levels in group 2. The COVID pandemic in 2020 has changed group structure. First group in 2020 included 2 cities from group 3, Poznań and Wrocław, for which all indicators in 2020 fell compared to 2019. Despite this, this group was characterized by the best financial situation compared to the others. In the second group, the change concerned only one city, which was instead of Lublin, and decrease in the average level of all indicators was observed in this group in 2020. Nevertheless, compared to this cities from other groups, it should be assessed that the COVID-19 pandemic had a negative impact on the financial situation of these cities but to a lesser extent than in cities from the other groups. And the greatest changes were observed in Group 3, in which in 2019 there were cities with the best financial situation. The cities included in this group have changed, 2 out of 3, and the average level of the examined indicators has decreased to the greatest extent by 15 percentage points compared to 2019. Thus, in 2020, this group included the cities that suffered the most from the financial effects of the pandemic and due to legal changes introduced in the area of local government finance law. In 2021, the average level of the analyzed indicators increased in each group. The highest average level of indicators was recorded in the first group, as in 2020. The structure of groups has changed significantly, which indicates that the effects of the pandemic, even in relatively homogeneous group of metropolitan cities, were very diverse. In 2021, the cities with the lowest average level of indicators was included in the third group. There are 3 of the 4 cities in this group, Białystok, Rzeszów, and Lublin, were also in 2019 among the cities whose financial situation was assessed as the weakest. Kraków joined this group in 2020 instead of Łódź. And in our research, the results of the secondary data analysis are confirmed by the results of the survey. Treasurers of metropolitan cities indicates as the most influencing factors of the financial situation during pandemic was government reform affecting the city's finance and the state of the national economy. After the pandemic, these were also government reforms affecting the city's finance and too low level of revenue autonomy. This opinion was also confirmed by the lower level of the revenue independence index in most cities after 2019. The respondents also indicate that the reason for the decrease in revenue independence, it was decrease in revenues from local taxes and local fees and decrease in revenues from participation in central taxes, which also was confirmed by the level of the share of own revenue in total revenue. As a result of the pandemic, in terms of expenditure, treasurers of metropolitan cities in Poland, in particular, indicated increase in current expenses and decrease in property expenses. This opinion was confirmed by the lower level of the share of capital expenditure in total expenditure. According to respondents, changes in the level of revenue and expenditure resulting from the pandemic will result in a lower supply of public goods, for example, public transport, education, and a decrease in urban investment. According to the respondents, these effects will be medium term. In the opinion of the respondents, the effect of the pandemic in the area of budgetary policy of metropolitan cities are limiting expenses of optional tasks, greater influence of central authorities on city finance, increase in expenditure in the area of social policy, and increasing the ship's local taxes and fees. And we have to emphasize that the key financial challenges for cities and regional authorities during the COVID-19 crisis relate to the health of local and national economies. And the pandemic has not only left them with a rise in budget imbalances, but it has also exposed other challenges such as revenue volatility and the particular responsibility of cities in Poland for financing socio and economic policy areas that are either inelastic in terms of demand or tend to be in even greater demand in a crisis. In spite of the existing financial problems, local government continued the implementation on investment projects which could not be financed without the use of debt financial instruments. To sum up, we can point it out that the effects of the pandemic crisis have overlapped with the existing problems of local government finance, deriving from the previous economic crisis and the change in the legal and financial conditions of local government functioning initiated before the pandemic. As a result, metropolitan cities were faced with a decline in revenue, accompanied by an increase in expenditure, which resulted in higher budgetary deficits and in increased indebtedness. The health crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic carried both economic and social implications, and its effects were particularly damaging from public finances, including the finances of local government units. And it means that given the current macroeconomic situation, the implemented financing policy in the near future, the financial issues of local government units will increase in connection with the growing cost of implementing public tasks, growing indebtedness, and increasing cost of debt management. And it appears that following the introduction of legal regulation, which resulted in the reduction of cities' revenue and period of operation during the crisis, it is necessary to introduce solutions aimed at providing financial support to local authorities and to implement deregulatory solutions guaranteeing greater flexibility of operation in crisis. And thank you for your attention.
I have one question. Who were the biggest losers in this situation?
It is difficult to say because we saw that the pandemic has influenced, resulted in the financial conditions of all 12 metropolitan cities. But we can say that the biggest influence was observed in case of the rather biggest cities, yes, because the cities are different when we take into account the number of inhabitants, and when we take into account this number of inhabitants, we can see that the bigger and the biggest city resulted the results were stronger and especially in the part of own revenue, yes, because it was also connected with the changes in the regulation law, as we said. But in the same time, when the law was changed because of the pandemic, there was also very serious changes in personal income tax in Poland that resulted in decline of the income from this source. Yes, do you understand me? That in the biggest cities, not only biggest, in local government units in Poland, they participate in the income of the personal income tax. The changes, there was some changes in the law that causes a decline in this source of revenue. Yes, so it also has result in decline of own revenue of this group of local government units. So not only the changes due to COVID, but also changes that were not connected with the COVID. Yes, they were planned earlier and they were introduced, and it also happened in it all happened in one time. So we have to be conscious of this both things that result on this situation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. If we don't have more questions now, I would like to give the floor to Gregor Skinelski on the Smart City 4.0 topic. Please, I give you the floor.
Today I show you the smart city. Thank you. And I show you the Smart City 4.0. This is maybe one of the present level of smart city, but in the 4T potential theory, because this is like a from my perspective theory who it's extremely fast to the Smart City 4.0. But when we discuss about the 4.0, we don't forget about the Smart City 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, and maybe 3, 4, half 0 level. But smart city are areas, communes, powiats, cities, of course, metropolis, which consist of the creative populations using knowledge intensively or knowledge creation activities, or of course have a digital space, services, automatic services for citizens. It's of course smart city too, but not only. That proven ability to innovate, knowledge, culture, building of culture, it's like a smart city whole. But smart city 1.0 is only the technology. It's clear technology and use the modern technologies in the cities, like traffic lights, like cameras, like maybe the system for contact with citizens and something like that, that this is a smart city 1.0. But smart city 2.0 is maybe more positive level, the positive from the side of local authorities that use the modern technologies, but not only for the not only one way communication like cameras from city or city lights. That's two-way communications from citizen to the authorities, and with this way too. Smart City 3.0, the science the 2015, the new approach to creative smart cities. Okay, of course, the role of local authorities is to create space and opportunities to use the diverse potential of citizens. It's not only the building the cameras and building the technologies and building the system to connections, but building the platform, the places, the space for citizens who want something change in the cities and who have the possibilities to building the new creations, new cities. And of course, now we have in Poland mainly the Smart City 3.5, in my opinion, the trends in this year. Development of electromobility, of course, this is the technologies, but using citizen. Data protections, of course, we save in the cities, we will save data of citizens. 5G network, like the new technologies, energy efficiency monitoring, generally understood intelligence control, using to reduce the consumptions of the energy, gas or heat. It's very important now with the biggest price of this energy sources. We have now the Smart City 3.5, but we achieved the Smart City 4.0. Why? Because the Smart City 4.0 is not only the technologies and something like that, but also activities related to cooperations with residents, social participations of residents, and supporting social capital, building the culture, increasing public safety to energy efficiency and consequently lower living cost. Of course, transforming town into the smart city can improve the local economic situations, provide new jobs, attract the best specialists in a given field. And the smart city are also great opportunity for entrepreneurs. It's money for city and since the transformation of the town is a good investment for public entities. And it's our future, but why, when we observe the 4 different levels of the develop of smart cities, of course, the 4.0 is the best creative, and it's not only the technologies, but it's the safety and trust and tolerance and creative culture of citizens and of city municipalities. But the theory, the capitals 4T theory, it's to benefit from favoring geospatial conditions and high-level coordinations between stakeholders is necessary. And for example, I'm researcher from the Silesia region, from GZM metropolis in Poland, and can play a pivotal roles in this process, which can result in the implementations of smart city concept. And now we research 16 cities from Silesian metropolis, and on the next few months we will have results of the 4T implementations. And the 4T, we ask the people about not only the technologies like a smart city, but we ask talent development, the tolerance by cities, building the tolerance and building the trust between the citizens and municipal government and citizens and government and citizens, tolerance and trust. And of course, the talent development, culture development, creation development, innovations development, that we ask a lot of questions for our citizens from the 16 cities. And after it, we will, in the next few months, we will have the result from this research. And if you have any questions for the 4T theory or maybe the smart city theory, don't hesitate. Send me the email or ask me on this conference. And we start with this. We started with this research in summer. And is still we have the result, but we still have the constructions of the conclusions and the final result after the research. Thank you for your attentions, and this is a bibliography of my publications for this topic. And thank you for your attentions. And if you have any questions, I'm for you.
Practically, you have more time if you would like to share some ideas with us, because you have more than plus 5 minutes. I have.
Okay, but it's. I know, but I'm have experience from another conference that's we have still a lot delayed, but we now, of course, it's a. Excellence that we have the time for discussions on for next presenter. It's from my side, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so questions? Dear colleagues, we have plenty of time for questions now. Maybe comparing countries, or I see not only, yes, different countries are being represented here. It's very interesting, it's very promising. And you don't want to share more secret with us at the moment.
Thank you. I know that smart city is a very modern topic now, but we
I have a very simple question. I hope you have some answer. In which field you can detect at the moment the strongest or best or most promising results or first steps, or where you have the strongest concerns on worries? So I would like to hear something. I would be very happy to have more information from you.
I observed that the strongest concept of the smart city now is the 15-minute cities, and this I think that is the promise concept that we don't have the time all time, all life, our life, and we're looking for the concept who will be for us very convenient. And I think that this 15 minutes cities is a concept to be the smart cities on the first, of course, from the communications aspect and perspective. That's I think that the 15 minutes when we can solve our problems and issues and go to the municipal offices, cinemas, shopping, work, and something like that. It's in the 15 minutes always. It's very good solutions for the cities, and of course a reduction of pollutions in the cities. But it's an aspect from the ecological perspective, and we're still looking for the good solutions for the cities to be more ecologic, and no transport by diesel, no transport by gas. They're using the hydrogen and using the electrical transport, something like that. I think that's the perspective for city, is to be the more convenient for citizens and more extremely ecological like a cities. Don't have the pollutions inside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No more question? I encourage everybody, but maybe not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would like to give the floor to myself, if Anthony helps me to show my slides. So, dear colleagues, as I mentioned in the beginning, I am in the border of two disciplines, and sometimes it's very, very good. Sometimes it's very difficult. And many thanks for the organizers for accepting my paper, my suggestion. I am a researcher and economist originally. Spent many time with regionalists and regional scientists, and holds a PhD on educational sciences, humanities. So I try to represent some kind of multicultural, multidisciplinary approach. I would like to start from the theory, from the learning region theories, because I was so lucky I could participate in a 3 or 4 year research project at the University of Debrecen on the learning regions, and it gave me a lot of new knowledge and exciting questions and ideas. And I realized that learning region theories focus only on universities as potential partners. And in the beginning, I didn't understand why they ignore secondary vocational education and training institutions, because I still have the idea that ignoring them, especially in the underdeveloped microregions, the power to utilize local knowledge in the development of the area is being reduced. So I think that it's important to involve those who have the highest level of education attainment. In poor regions, there are not many people with higher education diploma, but maybe there are many more people with secondary level diploma, so they could be a potential partner in the local innovation processes. And if we involve them in the local innovation process, they can represent this process can represent a mobilizing force towards the wider local community. In my idea. Okay, to be honest, there are some approaches in the learning region theory who who focus not only on universities on the higher level education, but secondary level too, but they are not too many of them. They interpret the learning region as a regional-based development coalition. And it's also interesting to remember that the VET policy is usually highly centralized, and it's not easy to operate this highly centralized policy with the local processes, and community building is requires a different view and approach, like the highly centralized VET policy. It's also very important to remember that there are prestige problems around vocational education and training institutions, and it's also important that implementation of tasks arising from ad hoc market requirements, as it is happening in the case of vocational education and training institutions, it leaves very little room for schools to develop a meaningful partner role. So if we go in details and try to understand the interest behind this partnership, it is clear why secondary educational institutions, especially VET institutions, mostly are ignored in the series. However, I assume that the more proactive the institution is, the more likely and successful it is to be a meaningful innovation partner. And it is a question for the future whether secondary vocational education and training institutions can be involved in local participatory planning process. So I have many questions and not too many answers. So I think that it's very important to focus on secondary VET institutions in disadvantaged areas where they can represent the highest educational attainment. And it's very problematic when a school, a VET institution, ceases to exist. It is true, and we know from the literature that it's not easy to ensure all the relevant and necessary circumstances for that institution and to operate them in a disadvantaged area, because maybe it's very difficult to recruit the teachers, very difficult to recruit students, and maybe there is not company who can provide practical training. So there are many problems. However, I think it's very important not to forget this institution, secondary VET institution, when we are talking about local development. There are several reasons why schools are closing down. Honestly, there is a competition towards the students because maybe it is very important for a big city to have candidates from the disadvantaged area. And there are other aspects also, the so-called economic considerations. Many experts, most of the economists say that small schools are not cost effective. And in this case, potential students from the discontinued school will appear among the applicants in the city. However, what will happen? The city will survive. They will have a sufficient number of students to survive, but this situation will reduce the chance of the disadvantaged area to be more developed in the future. what is happening? What are the effects of lacking a school? The family will move to a place, to a larger settlement where they can find vocational education training institution for their children. And as they move, this relocation of the families will lead to a further decline and the depopulation of the disadvantaged area. So I think that these economic considerations on running a school economically finally have a negative long-term impact on both local vocational training and the life of local society as well. Vocational education and training has very low prestige. I think it's not only in the case of Hungary, but it's a general challenge, general problems all around in Europe, and that sector is not in the position to change this situation and to make a meaningful contribution to the existence of a local vet institution. However, I think that the role of vet institutions could play in the rise of local society if it is stopping the backwardness of a disadvantaged area. It is not taken into account behind the primacy of traditional economic considerations. In Hungary, comparing to the European average, fewer people are participating in vocational education and training. I was preparing a study recently with a Polish colleague we compared the Hungarian and Polish vocational education training system, and I remember that there are 660,000 vet students in Poland, which is a huge number. And the situation is completely different in Poland. It is true. But turning back to Hungary, so low prestige, low professional social prestige, and weak advocacy. It is the Hungarian vet, especially if you are talking about the lower branch of vocational education training. I mean the so-called 3-year schools, which doesn't provide maturity exam, and from there is no direct link to go further to university, and the dropout rate is very, very high in the CERS level, more than 15%, and only 66.5 in those who provide maturity exam, and 1% in so-called general upper secondary school. We call it gymnasium. There are two features. You can see the purple line is the only one which is increasing. It belongs to the general secondary education. All those belong to vocational education and training are declining. And here are the percentage of the numbers. General percentage of those who are involved in general education are increasing, and those involved in vet, this percentage declining. So what happened in my country? I can talk about 2 rounds of centralization process. The first round of centralization was the time when the so-called regional integrated vocational training centers were established. Sorry about the typing mistake. Honestly, that time the government wanted to copy the Dutch model, but no any how to say circumstances were not valid in Hungary, so it was a very, very, very false, not real, not serious idea to copy the Dutch rocks to Hungary. As we see in the numbers, in spite of the forced centralization and concentration of power, they didn't produce the desired results. no more people, no more young people want to be involved in vocational education and training. And as researchers say, the most important consequence of the structural changes is that we had a flexible, relatively flexible system, and this flexible system became rigid, and it's not very difficult to move from one element of the system to the other. The weak social partnership, it's another story. However, it's a very strong, how to say, reason why that is so weak and why that is so-called close to the short-term economic needs. The second round of centralization started in 2015, and at that time 380 vocational training institutions came together to 44 vocational training centers. And there were a few in Budapest, in the capital, and 2-3 centers were established in each country. And as some researchers believe, this process, this way of centralization and the role of the cities reflect the individual intentions of the political leadership of large cities. For the time being, the level of autonomy of the centers and of the individual schools within them is very much questionable still now. Sorry. Okay. So I can say that there is a very strong dominance of the needs of the economy on vocational education training. I can say that that is being deeply embedded and close in the role of serving short-term economic needs. And the non-economic and non-market aspects of that is mostly lacking. Top-down political and economic decisions and instructions are given a green light. And to study the situation, the problems of disadvantage is not in the focus, and preparing for civic life or being a responsible citizen is not in the focus of that either. Local institutions are missing. There was a question a few years ago, what remains for institutional diversity and innovation at regional, sectoral, and local levels? And in the case of Hungary, the answer is, unfortunately, that clearly almost nothing. There is room only for, I say local heroes, but it's, how to say, we cannot guarantee that local heroes will born in a disadvantaged area. The role of that institution could play in the rise of local society and stopping the backwardness of the disadvantaged area is not taken into account behind the primacy of the traditional economic considerations. And it has a very negative consequence, because it will slow down and make nearly impossible to merge internal bottom-up innovation efforts, which is, I think, very important in the regional situation. This dark picture by some social scientists, we can remember from the experience of the learning region projects, if local forces cannot be meaningfully involved in the development process, there will be a backward process after the development project is over. After the money is over, after the experts go back home, the situation becomes worse and worse and will be very similar to the original condition before these big, large, and many times very expensive projects started. I was thinking about what is the main problem behind of these problems. Why we don't see the real solution? And it is my idea that the ultimate driving force and maintainer of the known problems and the outlined failures is the so-called utilitarian economic approach, because this model functions as a zero-sum game and it is insensitive to social inequalities and does not take into account the values associated with disadvantage. As I see the literature, I find some, not too much, a few increasing attention in the so-called capability approach by Amartya Sen, which puts people at the center instead of economic interests. So it is promising. It is my personal opinion. I'm missing the interdisciplinarity, and I'm very happy if I see examples for bringing together different approaches. I think that the problems of vocation training cannot be solved as a sectoral approach. Also think that the development of the disadvantaged areas as a regional problem needs a comprehensive approach too. The revitalization of a stronger enforcement of social policy aspects, which is completely missing now, it is my opinion. In Hungary, there's a very small size of the research, and it focuses, use the approach from the aspects of the labor market. I think that regional studies employ a much broader, more comprehensive approach, which is very, very much promising. Sorry. So I think that institutions and vocational training can only provide limited protections against disadvantage, answering the title of my presentation. The measures in the current VET system can only achieve improvements in the short term, which will further exacerbate the disadvantages in the long run. The measures of the current vocational training system have not reduced regional disadvantages, but have exacerbated regional disparities. It's a further question. It's a question for further research, how the new VET scenarios and the related debates and the so-called capability approach can address this issue. And thank you very much for your attention.
So my title is Ukrainian Geopolitical Border Areas in and Russian World Concept. So this is a structure of presentation, and we have to start with classical models of political geography or geopolitics. First of all, the first concept is heartland. It connects to the concept between two powers, water and ocean and continent. For example, pivot area is Eurasia, and edge of this pivot is Western Europe and some parts of Asia, and you can see this marginal crescent. It's closed this area from ocean. The second one is concept of Nicholas Spikeman, Rimland area. From his point of view, the main power of geopolitical structure or geopolitical power is Rimland, not heartland. So if you control heartland on the borders, you can control all parts of the world. So Eastern Europe is a gate enclosing the inner area of Eurasia. And the last one of geopolitical structure is South Cohen. It's quite complicated structure. You can find some pan-regions, for example, America or Europe, and part of Africa, some part of Middle East, and inner part of Eurasia. And this in this concept, you can find some gateway regions that close some regions between others, or they are border area between two or more geopolitical areas. For example, Eastern Europe. The next concept is close to economic structure. It's a world system theory of Wallerstein. This concept shows us that geopolitical structure is close to geoeconomic structure. First of all, we have three geopolitical centers with economic power. For example, Northern America, Western Europe, and also Japan and some countries on the close to Japan. And semi-periphery or periphery, they connected to each other with economic meaning, geopolitical meaning, labor meaning, etc. And for example, Eastern Europe, on this position, like a periphery, but in my opinion, it's a semi-periphery between this Western center, Western European center, and for example, inner part of Eurasia. And the last one concept is close to cultural or civilization meaning. Our geopolitical world divided into civilizations, and all these civilizations can clash between each others. But if you read some history, you can find that the main wars are into civilizations. For example, in Europe, Christianic world, or for example, Orthodox world, we can war between Ukraine and Russia and Georgia, and we can find many examples that this Huntington concept is close to theoretical, but in practice we have some differences. So here you can find Eastern Europe. It's so complicated area with different lines, border lines in cultural lines, cultural regions, geopolitical areas, and all these areas, all these border lines can create some complicity, and you can find that, for example, in Ukraine we have some areas, some borders, or the Balkanian area, Balkanian Peninsula. So that's why we created some concept of border area. All geopolitical concepts close to this statement that borders between geopolitical areas are so changeable all the time of our history, and maybe border areas have main influence, more influence for geopolitical structure in the future than geopolitical areas, because when geopolitical regions are moving, so one region has lost, for example, political or military power, this region can be shrinking. So this border area can show us some changes in between these two or more geopolitical areas. So in theoretical concept, we live in a multi-dimensional space in geopolitics. So we live in physical space, of course. We use some coal, for example, natural resources, but at that time we live in social space. That it shows us, for example, Clash of Civilization concept of Huntington, that social space could influence on physical space, for example, in agriculture, but on another hand, physical space could influence on social space. For example, borders, physical borders, river, ocean, or range of mountains could cut this parts of region or some countries on some parts. Geopolitical space, geoeconomic space also influence each other, because politics and economics are close to each other and influence on each other. For example, in social space, and social space could influence on geopolitics and geoeconomics. What I mean, when we talk about Russian Church has so high influence on Ukrainian society in negative meaning in that time. For example, because Russian Church support Russian invasion in Ukraine, and it's very big problem for Ukraine. It divided our society into some parts, but fortunately, not all our society, maybe 5%, could support Russian Church in this case. So, what is geopolitical border area? You can find the definition of geopolitical border on this border area on this slide. So, if you look at concept of border areas, you can find that our geopolitical space cut it into some parts, some geopolitical regions with border areas. For example, Europe and inner Eurasia and Eastern Europe. For example, Arab and Muslim region and Europe. You can find also this complexity border between two geopolitical regions. So, why we talk about also about Russian world? Russian world is not something new. It was created in the end of 17th century when Russia expanded on the eastern part of Europe into Ukrainian area, into Belarusian area, and they created concept how they expand into that areas. They created orthodox doctrine of Muscovian expand that they could get back Kievan Rus heritage into Muscovian kingdom. 19th century, the next step of this concept was created by Sergei Uvarov, theory of official nationality. This concept included three meanings: orthodoxy or Russian Church, autocracy with huge influence into Russian society with Tsar or king of this account, and nationality. It means that only Russians would live in Russian Empire. Other nations could be in the future Russians also. That's why, for example, in this conditions of Russian-Ukrainian war, Putin and a lot of Russians said that we have no Ukrainian nation, we had no Ukraine, we could include Ukraine because it's a part of Russia. Doctrine of Russian world after collapse of USSR was created by Dugin, and it's so-called also new Eurasian or Eurasian concept, when Russian Empire will be renovate like huge empire, like power with Russian nation, Russian church, and autocracy. And you can find on this slide areas which this concept will be included into new Russia or Eurasian Empire or something like that. Of course, we have also the problem with the ethnicity on south and eastern part of Ukraine. because of artificial farming, after ethnic cleansing, after all period of Soviet era and Russian Empire, you can find Ukrainian ethnic area. For example, eastern part of Ukrainian area will be close to Volga River, but when you look at this, you can find that some parts of Ukrainian areas on Donbass or in Crimea will be changed by a massive migration by Russians. It was a politics of Russian Empire and the USSR, and now from Russia, because, for example, in Crimean Peninsula, more than 800,000 people from Russia moved to Crimean Peninsula, and in the Crimean 5 million people. After this migration from have another fraction of Russians, Ukrainians, and Crimean Tatars. So that's why it looks like ethnic cleansing. For example, in Donbass region or in other regions occupied by Russia, we have the same situation. The civils, or to destroy it. They, I mean, Russians.
We unfortunately lost the signal from Sergey. It's a pity because only 5 slides left. This really very interesting topic, and I hope he will reconnect soon. So let's wait 1 minute for him.
Anthony, can we check the slides without the presenter?
Just a second, because
Sergey.
Sorry,
I have some problem with internet connection in train. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Can I go to my conclusions? Sorry, I know that we have no time for that, but I will try to get to the conclusion. In my opinion, geopolitical dynamic of the world show that the borders are the main indicator of changing of geopolitical
I'm sorry, Sergey, to interrupt you once again, but probably you lost your signal once again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you see my presentation?
We see your presentation because I'm plugging in, but we almost can't hear you well. We almost don't understand a single word. But right now it's a good connection, so please finish as we have a good connection.
Yes. Thank you very much. In conclusion, in my opinion, border areas between geopolitical regions are indicator of changing structure of geopolitical power. So Ukraine, it's not the one example of changing all this geopolitical structure. For example, Georgia or Syria also. The line of area border between these changing power between that regions, and in opinion we go to common south with China. So maybe you have some.
I am soon. Thank you very much for all attendance. It was really very nice and very interesting. Thanks for the organizers for really bring us together in this very interesting and very very interesting event. Very useful, I think, for all of us. And I hope that we will be able to read the papers, or maybe some of the papers or all of the papers in a nice publication, a journal or a book form. So thank you very much for all of you. I think everybody can find email addresses. So if somebody have question to others, please don't hesitate to contact each other. Personally, I would be very happy also to have any feedback or question or reflection. Thank you very much. Take care. Maybe let's meet again in the future in another event. And thank you for the wonderful technical assistance for Anthony. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.